terror. I want to also acknowledge a number of dignitaries who are here with us this morning. The Honorable Fatih Abubakar is Deputy Information Minister Designate. She's here with us. Mr. Jefferson Saki is with the Communications Bureau of the Office of the President. He is here with us this morning. We have Ambassador Kwabno Sei Dankwa, who is an advisor at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Chief of Protocol, Ambassador Emmanuel Entry, also here with us. And I would acknowledge a few other persons as we go along. As I mentioned, this morning's brief is in two quick parts. One is got to do with an ordinary summit of the ECOWAS heads of state that is scheduled for Accra later this week, but it will be preceded by a number of activities. What do these activities mean for the actual summit? What role does it play in the actual summit itself? The Honorable Minister will speak to us about that. And two, Ghana recently elected onto the United Nations Security Council as a non-permanent member. How many years? What does it mean for us? What does it mean particularly for West Africa and its security issues? Please join me to welcome to the podium the Honorable Minister responsible for Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Shirley Ayoko Botwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Deputy Minister Designate, Ambassador Sei Dankwa, Directors of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I also acknowledge Mr. Jefferson from the Presidency, and each and every one of you here present, distinguished friends from the media. I'm pleased to address you this morning on two topics as enumerated by the Minister for Foreign Affairs. The first is on the mid-year statutory meetings of ECOWAS. And these meetings will be held here in Accra from tomorrow, Tuesday, the 15th of June, to Saturday, the 19th of June. Let me at the outset thank Honorable Minister for Information for providing us with this platform to inform Ghanaians about the forthcoming meetings. Minister, I believe that at some point the police will brief us, if not today, before the summit at least, on the movements of people, because we're expecting about 15 heads of state to be with us on Friday and Saturday. But coming back to the meetings, they are scheduled as follows. First, the 46th ordinary meeting of the ECOWAS Mediation and Security Council at the ministerial level, which will be held tomorrow, Tuesday, 15th of June. The second meeting will be the 86th ordinary session of the ECOWAS Council of Ministers, which will be held on the 16th and 17th of June 2021. I believe that would be on Wednesday and Thursday this week. And then last and most important will be the 59th ordinary session of the Authority of Heads of State and Government, which will be held on Saturday, the 19th of June, 2021. While the first two meetings will be held at the Movenpick Hotel, the Summit of Heads of State and Government is scheduled to be held at the Kempinski Hotel. The sessions being held this week follow the 29th ordinary session of the Administration and Finance Committee, AFC, whose outcomes will inform the work of the Council of Ministers. The AFC is made up of experts from the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Finance of ECOWAS member states. They met at the Alisa Hotel from the 8th to the 12th of June 2021. In line with the practice of ECOWAS, the sessions this week will deliberate on important regional matters germane to our community, including recent political and security developments that have threatened the peace and stability in our region. The agenda for the sessions will focus on the progress of ECOWAS institutional reforms, ECOWAS Vision 2050, the status of tasks assigned by the 85th Ordinary Session of the Council of Ministers, the ECOWAS African Research and Innovation Forum, FARI, as well as of the ECOWAS Commission, will be part of the meetings. They are already in Accra ahead of these meetings. Other guests will be the former President of the Republic of Nigeria and ECOWAS Special Envoy and Mediator on Mali, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan. And he will be here essentially to present a report on the current situation in Mali. As we are all aware, following the suspension of Mali from ECOWAS institutions, he was still tasked to help Mali stay on track towards the agreed transition towards the expected end of getting Mali to return to democracy. That is elections, electing a parliament, electing a president by the end of February 2022. So he will be presenting a report on his latest working visit to Mali, which was last week. At the end of the summit, a communique will be issued on the decisions that the summit reaches. So that is it for the ECOWAS meetings that will be held this week. And this summit will be an ordinary summit. ECOWAS meets twice a year, at the very beginning of the year and in the middle of the year. So this is the second ordinary summit. My next briefing will be on Ghana's successful bid for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for the period January 2022 to December 2023. So it's for a 2-year period. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to say a few words about it. We have been elected by the United Nations General Assembly last Friday, the 11th of June, onto the Council, the Security Council, for the period January 22 to December 23. Ghana was the endorsed ECOWAS candidate to the Security Council. 3 candidates are always on the Security Council from Africa. Of the 3 candidates, ECOWAS always is represented. So there's 1 candidate from the ECOWAS region, and then there are 2 other candidates from the 4 other regions. So you have Central and North Northern Africa, electing one or endorsing one candidate, and then you have Eastern and Southern Africa also endorsing one candidate. And these three candidates will be sent to the UN General Assembly where elections are held. Our sessions this week will have significant interlinkages with our role and responsibilities on the Security Council. For the economic well-being of all our people, so all the community citizens. His key role, the role he played in campaigning for support for our candidacy. I'd also like to use this opportunity to thank staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, and also the staff in our missions in New York and elsewhere who put in hard work for our success. The fact that Ghana still leads the pack of African countries on the international scene. I'd also like to express my deepest appreciation to the Ghanaian people and foreign partners for their overwhelming positive reaction to our successful election to the Council. The overwhelming support confronting our world today and such challenges include violent extremism, terrorism, malicious cyber threats, illicit trafficking of arms, to mention a few. Effectiveness of coordinated action and strengthen burden sharing arrangements with the United Nations in order to mobilize increased financial support for our regional and continental initiatives and peace-building missions. Membership of the Security Council brings both tangible and intangible Like I said, there are real and tangible benefits linked to our national interests. We will, at the Council, during our tenure, influence discussions on international peace and security, especially those that that affect our continent on the continent. I give the example of Mali. We have first-hand information. We have been involved. Ghana has been involved. The president has been involved as ECOWAS chair and also as a key member of the African Union. We will, with the experience that we have gathered, sit at the table and not expect that countries that have nothing to do with Africa will take decisions for Africa. But we will be there to bring the African, West African perspectives. It will also open the space for Africa to focus on economic development and continental prosperity, which will be offered by the AFCFTA. So we believe that are being or are fast and unimpeded growth. For us, this is also important. Also, of course, peace on Africa. An Africa that is secure, Africa that is Africa with where we have silenced the guns, where we'll be able to say that yes, everything is peaceful in terms of violent extremism, in terms of terrorism. We all know what is happening. Will become our reality in terms of the activities of these terrorists. So our being there will influence the conversation. Our being there will influence and bring solutions to some of these problems. The other thing is the fact that Ghana is on the list of troop and police contributing countries in terms of peacekeeping. We are number 10, the whole world on the list. So we have a stake. We are stakeholders, and these matters are discussed at the Security Council. We need to be there to represent West Africa, but also represent our own country and our interest. Also, it will enable, our being on the Security Council will enable Ghana to strongly advocate enhanced partnerships between the UN, the United Nations, and regional institutions such as the African Union and ECOWAS for regional peace support operations, and also to make sure that there is equitable burden sharing, including financial support to prevent fighting fire, which is fighting conflicts, but also preventing conflicts and also managing. The management of conflicts is very important for us. And then, of course, the reconstruction of countries that have been plagued by conflicts. Also, we will be a voice on global matters of concern. One such matter of concern for all developing countries, especially for Africa, is the equitable access to vaccines. It is a shame that as we speak, the vaccines that were promised to Africa, with a population of 1.2 billion, we have not, as a continent, received anything more than 15 million. Ghana has received 600,000 plus 350,000, so less than 1 million from COVAX. And we believe that it is important because no one is safe until everyone is safe. Today, most of our countries, you have the wherewithal to procure vaccines, but you cannot get the vaccines to buy. Today, we do not manufacture any vaccines on the continent, unfortunately. We were relying on India, unfortunately, because they had their own issues in the upsurge, the spike. All the reliance was, we were not able to realize any purchases from India. And this is not just Ghana, the whole of the continent. So equitable access to vaccines is very important. It's one of the issues that we are going to push for on the Security Council, that we need to be able to manufacture our own vaccines in Africa. Issues of climate change, that's a big one. We in West Africa know what's happening in the Sahel. The same number of people with a reduced capacity of the lake, it means that people have to scramble for access to water. People have moved away across borders in West Africa, coming towards us. You see the nomads with their cattle and the movements and what it brings. We all see the effects of climate change, desertification, droughts, erratic rain patterns. So these are all issues that, although we are not creating the conditions that negatively impact the climate in this continent, we bear the brunt of the negative effects. These matters are going to be, or are issues that are before the Security Council, and we will bring the West African perspectives. Women and youth in sustaining peace. These are also important matters that are discussed at the Security Council. The issue of women when there is conflict, when there are issues that disturb the peace of any nation, is the women and children who suffer. Then on the other hand, you have the issue of the youth and the need for the youth in our continent. The youth form the bulk of our population, and if we do not create the necessary African perspective, because unlike the developed, what you call the developed world, where they have an aging population, we have a youthful population, and our perspectives are very, very necessary. Otherwise, it will escape everybody. Issues of public health on international peace, all these things we need to discuss. Health, our economies, the effects of COVID, and the need for us to see what can be done on the world stage, bring benefits, the material benefits that we all find very important. Without these things, without us having a voice, if we do not present our voice, the voice of Africa, the perspectives of Africa, nobody is going to listen to us, because the world has become a place where everybody is looking after his or her own. So, influence of Ghana, the material benefits, foreign direct investment, all the positive things that will help our economic development. This is the basis for that kind of addition. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. It's a good time to take questions. For you. So, colleagues, as we do, we take them in batches of 4, and we will wrap up when we are done. I know Honourable Minister is multilingual as well, so you can try a few languages and then we will see. After all, this is a foreign affairs brief, so try and speak French. Try and speak French.
Putting me on the spot.
GNA, let's start with you. So let's take the microphone to GNA. And then let's start from there.
Thank you, Honorable. I really like the position of Ghana using its position to push for the manufacture of COVID vaccines in Africa. I think it's a very good initiative. But I want to find out what are you going to do differently this time around to make sure that these things are eradicated from Africa and ECOWAS?
Now you acknowledge that the last time we were there, those were not the dominant issues at the time. These are quite recent issues that are now escalating. But your question still stands.
Good morning, the Chief Diplomat. Honorable, your friend Abednego Asante, me Adjuma Wadum FM. My patron, question is, Sir, Ghana election to UN Security Council. Now, Bobo Nema will be rebutting First, me find out and say, I saw my Ghana no, and for so many benya, a chroma. And I feel so COVID-19 vaccines, President ni address now, yeah. Less than best 10% crowd what idea about the African Continental Free Trade Area.
Also, I'm gonna hear research, UN,
UNDP, Ghana Statistical Service,
and GSS, yeah.
GSS, and then GIZ, a partnership with them. Yeah, it seems say most of the businesses, almost knew about the African Continental Free Trade. Until at the end, I share na mo put in place. Almost you host.
First question on the team put together by the president. Let me say that indeed there's a team that has been put together. A lot of work has been done by the team on the manufacturing of vaccines, as well as coming up with our own vaccine. I must say that when we were able to give you timelines, because this is not my area, so I cannot give you detailed information on it, but I can assure you that a lot is being done in this area, and that Ghana is being looked at as one of the countries for manufacturing of vaccines, because already the president has a team in place and they are looking at not just the manufacturing but also coming up with our own vaccines. But what this opportunity on the Security Council gives us is to make our voices heard, and also to ensure that Africa is taking seriously that it is not right that Africa, the whole of Africa, a continent of 1.2 billion people, we do not have a vaccine, a manufacturing facility for vaccines supported or under the aegis of the Africa CDC, or even in the case of West Africa and the West Africa Health Organization. So these are being looked at, and it is important that we bring our voice to the table, that it cannot continue like this. We have been told that this is not the last pandemic. This is not the last virus that we will be encountering as humans, but there will be other viruses that will plague humankind. And so we must be prepared. Africa must be prepared. The whole of Africa we were all depending on the Serum Institute in India, and today we are not able to get what we were expecting, what COVAX was expecting. It's important that we also are giving the intellectual rights to be able to manufacture our own vaccines. Minister for Information together the countries in West Africa that are likely to be affected by terrorism, violent extremism, in Mali, and how we are shepherding the process towards back to democratic rule. All these are experiences that will be useful because we can give them first-hand information. So that less than 10% of our local businesses are aware. I'm surprised. I know for a fact that many of our local businesses are aware of the AFCFTA and the Ministry of Trade. They have done a great job holding is to ensure that they are engaging at the very lowest level. When I say lowest level, I'm talking about even small scale enterprises, how they can take it. Already, I know that some of our businesses are taking advantage of it because trading has actually started. But they will continue to do what they have to do to make sure that we benefit. And the Ministry of Trade are very much engaged.
Minister, I think those will be the key questions.
Yeah.
We're only hoping that you would just answer the question of benefits in tree, for the benefit of the tree stations. I know your tree is excellent, so...
Let me try. Abednego. So, peacekeeping operations, you're ranking number 10, the whole world. Inti bibia ebeboa na ye it's also our peace support operations, so that they are more effective because they affect us directly as a country. We are number 10 on the list of peacekeeping. Also, Usha says 70% of insem nyina echo onto the Security Council no and someone efa Ghana ho in some to do with peace, security, efa Ghana, sorry, efa Africa ho a ehu hia say Africa fo nso ye betena table no ho na yenso ye de ya.
Mr. If you're in Kumasi, they will say Piao. I think you are done. The answer is quite clear. We'll take a very final batch. We'll take a very final batch of questions. Nancy, did I see your hand up? Okay, so Nancy, are there any takers? Colleagues, I won't come back after this round. Are there any takers?
Minister, if you ask me to speak in, can you see how
I know, right? My guy is worse than your tree.
In what some quarters have described as procuring overpriced vaccines. Thank you.
That'll be it for our questions this morning. Minister will wrap up on this point for us. Minister, some brief comments on this.
Thank you very much. Current condition of Ghana's relations because Russia is represented by an ambassador. I had discussions with the Russian ambassador on Ghana's desire to purchase vaccines from Russia. Actually, it wasn't just Russia, but we did so with the Chinese as well, also with the Indians. Let's put it in this context, that it is difficult, extremely so, even if you have money to procure vaccines from the source. It is almost impossible. Because just as Ghana is looking for vaccines to buy, all nations are also looking for vaccines to buy. And so it becomes quite difficult to get vaccines even from the source. But I can assure you that we made contact and we still continue to pursue getting the vaccines. It has not been easy at all. Not just for Ghana, but for any of our countries, and not just for Africa, but also for other countries around the world. Whether we were involved, yes, from the beginning we were involved, but I can assure you that it is difficult to procure vaccines directly from manufacturers. And I'll give you an example. The example of India. His Excellency the President actually made calls at his level. I made calls at my level. Apart from speaking to the High Commissioner, I made calls at my level. It was just impossible to get these vaccines. So that's what I can say. This is what you asked me, my involvement. But whatever decision government takes, the responsibility is all of us. So it's a collective responsibility, and it's a collective decision that was taken. And government will only take that decision if all avenues are closed to it. But we continue to pursue the purchase of vaccines from the source. But I can assure you that it's almost impossible. I speak with foreign ministers around the world. I know that health ministers around the world are all frustrated. Very much so. And it looks like until all the big countries are able to vaccinate their populations and then free whatever to COVAX, it's going to be difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And that's why you made the point earlier that even the vaccine equity conversation is part of the things that Ghana seeks to bring onto the international platform. Minister, I want to thank you that you've made time this morning. We know you just arrived from New York quite recently, but you have made time to be with us this morning and to answer questions and to speak to the country on these two briefs. We want to thank you. Colleagues, later during the re-engage with you for some other briefs. Minister, thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Me mama intimate school fees, ebe wa mo pa mo school fees na yaba. Me mama be ton mo money, obe ka benku, ma ton copper. Ma chi bela sa na me ton ejanso esise dua, obi oton dok na dia mana ya ton mana. Na ye uncompleted building one. And just toilet no. And the bed esisu feminiska me jogi efi Madina kwa chimota boys ni biwi na massage jogi aba
ahwefo se opese uhu Crime Check Foundation ye njumedi a ye di abre nyina koyen YouTube channel Crime Check TV GH subscribe mame
se u subscribe via mi adoma ne so se na video bi a de betu obi a obehu medamase
Minuanom Matiasem dey enne se ope asase ana edan ato a mansun biara eni ho a eno ane ejare real estate na sa ejare real estate won wo kasoa ofanko baabi a aban akosi senior high school ni high court fefefe no wo firi ho pe na ura ejare real estate asai tie ni jesemiye anwea ene ebo a wo de besi dan no ebi wo ejare real estate fo na de sign ma eye ahomeka ene se wo to asase na ejare real estate wo betwa so fe edi amaw edi odin aye pillars edi esi ho land guard asemo de eno de emamu kura na san tie ani je sema san wo ho bi me ensu a wo de besi wo dan no eye free na document asemo de eye tatahwe wo to wasase anase wo dan a na ye de ahye wonsa eti kan ho na frɛ ejare real estate na ansa anyawo.
You are here for baby I baby P a Christian Achu if you bo Christian Achu edin Ghana ha wa woni me no na me gidi sa afi na bia wo hye yafunu afi na yeba bewo we bia waboa Ghana ye pa yeka Christian Achu football and nipa pi edinim no but me gidi say because of collaboration on a Crime Check Foundation wo adru ewiase afana nyina no nti ye bo Christian Achu any football nko na ye de enim no nipa pi a mo hwe omi omo a yenwe waso mumu omo am gusu hwe omi ebi ko university ebi enya adwuma ye ebi wo containers prisoners a mo hu om se CI a omo kasai omo nyina Christian and you are free prison. Na any papi nsu enim se enye yi a yi wo monko wohwe marka oton ade wo ya Christian na ama ne sika ese onfa endi edwa nti enipa a nam ne so wa ma wonsa ekọ wano ewo Ghana ha ene do so pa omo nyina beba na o ma beka o ma sem kakra na before that no yebeko Christian ho na ye no ededi nkomo kakra Christian akwa ba say ye nchia nsaja nyame aboye ho ba upie no mahu say uluku young pa say 19-year-old na me cameraman e kreka say na eden na ma as why young sa eduane ben ana adru ben
o de bi na me kra me mbo Newcastle nti normally o say aka me dwenje nti o say aka me nya basakra but nyame adum I know. So what can say?
Yeah, you are blessed. You are blessed. Any penny people ha me just so unimo. Na se ne wadaroma insha ene adom bia omo nya no na mo so na wo mo enya enti yen sha asem free wo ho. Minim waka e wo baby mama tepen. I said growing up no life was difficult for you. E bia oda Range Rover bim Ebeshia wo London ye ba na me catch me cameraman and me team me Benz bi ebesi ho no me tena mu na me hu say ye wo car na ye wo car nanso no obi hu sa onhu anase onim ese wa bre e wa brabom nti yenko ye chikakra. How did the journey begin, the difficult journey?
Yeah, easy. Na anyway, me papa ne me nua me wɔ 6 brothers 4 sisters. Enti na ye ni bebre na na wɔ me krasi na. Me bra baako ne me sister baako na wɔ Madina, no muti Madina. Enti me bra ne hwɛ me yenta me ne me nua ba na chupi.
Oh, okay. Enti mo yenta oba na obema.
Yeah, oba na obema.
Oh, okay.
Enti ye we krasi na me bra ne sɛ o yambra akra hanom na embe ko school.
Okay.
Enti no mo be den ebe boan.
Okay.
Enti me me mama ene me nua ba na eba akra but ye ba ye na eti Madina na ye de baby ana me brothers no mo da na ye dua dan.
Dua dan.
Ntambo ye ka mo ka ne se.
Ntabo dan.
Ntabo dan.
Wow.
O ma bo na ye can say chamber and hall but she knew what curtains knew why ye there. Ye dey cover ni se just say utimi ure mu a utimi say ye bed ni baby a ye dan ni. Enti baby ye bed ni ni ye hall ni. No can you mean there I know I'm 9 years.
That time how many years?
That time I'm be 7 years.
Hey, and that was sir.
I'm sorry.
And I pass it through that hassle.
Say your back for me so. Until me brand say you do baby a bit my school until yambra na yambra school.
It means that's our time no cry now for a long time no. We do school going age from 2, 3, 4, 5 now unko school.
I mean go school there.
Because anyhow.
Yes, normally you come on school fees are obey anyway na a class or no money organize say city I because we do HB na wako school.
Okay.
Na yeah fishermen say wa onim.
Wow.
Nti na mama nso ye fu. We won ntwe nso.
O mama tie for we dey fa we ntwam Christian mama nyankopon fa ne kra nsie ba ade ba kwan me ya se ofiri me na mantimi ankwa ye ne bi eno de ye nka na ha se due na ye nyina ye ndue crime check family ye ma yako. Okay, nti 7 years oba ha obeko school me person waka ho no mo chere because young boy ana say akwala bia otie enye boy nko say oye oba so ye be ma say usa say utu obi nchen so free kra abakrom utie Christian sisi a obetua bibi efremu 7 years and cry menya that time wodan tabo dan mu. How was it like? We are then ultimate school. Then see my history in kakra ho.
Yeah, nti ya ba na me bra so yen sande ye call eco school primary school ewo Nkwantana DA2 primary school ewo I can say Madina market nechi ho no.
Okay.
Nti e ho na ye call na ye start say eco school. But na me pebo nti e bia ye ma breaks a.
Okay.
On say ya ba na ya bebo ni se nti me ba ye area mu nso no na boys ni bobo one na me den me join you me ball with barefooted nti ho na me bra ba kun so wa chimota obo Jawara FC e wa chimota e wa penkwa nti ho na me bra no e ka che coach bi se o nya bi wo no so nim den on him ball nti obetimi abe den abe join team under 12 team.
Okay.
Nti me kana me fa ball serious na me go school but no credit na school me intelligent me sister private maka.
No, I say you be intelligent because the way I work the way I obi abon kra they say me cameraman wa bon yi you see it but if any na near the be ya stress but as I work no you sure say it's going to inspire a lot of people we are young or bobo, you know, there's no way out. There's no way out for that person. Uti a Christian as someone can, I'm sure say you'll be inspired. Now we're intelligent. Now bobo don't shut down funny serious. By any football.
Yeah, now me pebo ni chen addition.
Okay.
And my background no me ni a teacher bia. Yen me ni na kasema kwa ko hu. Teacher me class 5.
Wow.
Nti the problem I me frame when say na me ma maintain to school fees. Be wo mo pa mo your school fees na yaba. Me ma me beton mo money or be ka benku ena or sign beto enam ye fa enam free class ba no beton ena o san pra Menim say money, menim say no mo fe no Zoom na na nkofo bi pra ekwan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Na yesu sabete hu bi.
Yes. Na me mama yes agent, but that time na me mama crowd when that time crowd na when na.
Ohwa no dem fese.
Na me just say oh no nya be 70 to 75 80 years and so.
But that time ana opera yes adwuma no. Na or how many years?
Yeah, me just now 50 from 50 more.
Just when you near fee.
Yeah, now when you na me cry me who say mama na but there's no way out I bet my day.
I survive.
I bet my survive until now yes I did. But me no na on say boy there. Me pie fifia no pa. Ma ton copper. Ma chi bela sa me pie fifia no pa. Yeah, me area boys no. Me nya pie fifia na me ton ejan so esise dua obi oton dok na de ma na ya ton ma na. Enti me nya pie fifia enyume na me ba. Enti na me ni aba na e bia a big problem ba me die. Didi ba kwa yes. Me fa we bia met me didi. Enti me be joining under 12 team ni wo. Okay. Achimota PSFC. Hona scam de be kono. Eno say dani problem.
It be free fee akọ
afaka akọ. Dani problem nti me ma me tom money na ebi wa me kwa o ma me scam de be didi na me de afaka
na form.
Eko hon but na me pe bo na manage bo na me bo manage ntia. Okay. Nti ebi wo asemiska me jogi efi Medina kwa Achimota boys ni we na masa jogi aba
da be menti ase asema wo kan ye ni Medina
na
Achimota wo ye den jogi eko ho wo mu ye komosan do wa bobo la wie wa bre cheche mu kakra because obi wa ha oti a on ti aso befo se bi kra grobe na wodi
na meniska na me jogi kwa Achimota na makoye training me ba me coach na bi wo mamska bi wo mamiska me jogi esamba bio. One day na me jogi na me ko fa legon inside on na ade asa na papa bi ni van me hu say your company van won otimu no hu me na ade asa no fa me na oni ne yere na ne yere nenyim me sure say so hu video we obekai ne yere nenyim no fa me o si ne yere ni ka che me say o ka che ni say me mo mo fa me because baby am na me dey e be hu o mo nim ne pakra me and I'm family be feel straight I want Medina enti na ya dia
otaye
metaye and
right into uguso ubobo eba ne sen na opportunity ne buy wa bre wa jogesa accommodate o ma me ni bi obi ni bi entire dan just interview me sure say ka say pia be long wa bre in short ana me boa
eno dey
into about the same one day. What's not playing?
Yeah, now we fair not air board justify. My name is what fair not academy da. Almost board justify now. Almost year under 12 tournament. And I make a bobby. My first time I me born. Me Madam Fubu was top one. Say I will know every time I bought. But one day now, me coach ni ka chance on be family to be fie be so me nsanse and all the me ko ogusu top
be be ma hu say emrante bi otop
yeah o be so me nsan no o si coach ni say yam be family ba na me ko boy na o mo family
wow
nti o mo family na me ni age because ho no football ni e more and education o benye aduane edi o be da ho nso e o go mo affect ho no
sure
Nti yeko no me hu say me develop with me talent me develop quick. But hona me ko say wa addition.
Okay.
Because na school ni share that
any priority be
yes, any priority be me na me concentrate wo only football ni nko. Nti menya trials be wo Portugal, menya Sporting Lisbon.
Okay.
Manya den manti mi anko but
cheater I didn't want to anko
o mama mi anko ya na fair no omo pese yenyi bia say you free fair no dey be wo ha na ye top team straight away but once call website dey bia omo nya scanning be na say be
omo so pesika no
yes omo so pesika no ti o mama mi anko but e bi wo omo jai players ne bi Ebi mu ko omo ja ebi mu ma ebi mu ko ba ebi owunye obi ani baby obefa obi yi so what I say nti o mama me anko but me boss na cheater ebe to me card say opese onya de hombo ami but na we dey ni wo hono na ye Sporting Lisbon na Sporting Lisbon dey ni wo but maybe if you know na enyoma mu asan me back to me fie eduadan no
still na eduadan na so ho
na da so ye call boarding me be fie no na me won say me ma me mo ni obi eni ono na me fe na mo ka cha me say o ma ba legon hanu o de tie pa o so ma ba legon hanu nti na me say me o mo be che me baby a o ma ba me ba ye no na ye uncompleted building no na just toilet no on the bed esisu ewo mangwasi there wo we bi wo hono restaurant bi wo mangwasi ewo legon haya nti up to na me building no tama me see me down we kra na me home building
oh ya odan
me catch madam for say omo share building me see me down ejalo na me see me down answer na uncompleted building omo complete wow nti na every time inti hona na yeda but me da ho be 2-3 days on say me catch say me boy me ko ball me ye na me catch me do say no
obe to us kwantu so
me free her but eba ya me ba register inti ya me ba me bra no na ma register na makot na achimota abofu
okay
ya makot na madam for so ho ebi wa me da ho no mo ni madam
for so share ni baby specifically da
exactly me catch us me
baby we ni be kum bia wo bodu bia no wada okay eventually no chance no bad time be play mu de na here me because kobolo sebe na okunam ha o ma me just problems upon problems da ben na woni je pa enam so ema okotena play mu say kobolo na me te play me
nti agent na me ne daily wo Europe ni frame me catch me say na Sporting Lisbon na e me but FC Porto winger be pra into mo per winger sisi a into o se me bra
wow
now me passport in so nye ready here into mo ye
my passport no one odisi ka kwa ya na mo na ema o
debi me bra ema Mr. Yatesika
okay
na odi ye
okay so that am na woni ska o de be
me konyeska o iti me bra na o ye bibi onu kra Okachem say no ye juma otema but no chalo to haya
obra
but no okachem na ye juma no ye okachem enti enti ahwana na almost time na eko me passport na MPA e twen passport ni sa na MPA but day na me na ka 3 days pena o ma close transfer window in January 2010
okay
2010 until afi aka 3 days normal close and my passport ni PA 3 days before the transfer window to close and my passport ni PA and I'm the visa and so boom they said my passport e say na me try me visa no
okay
the visa ni PA the same day and I'm too kwan
da wo too kwan okra mama
David na me mama we class
I dey into no nkran
me mama ni ha sena ye wo uncompleted because I yentimi community no almost and me mama eno dey me
that time na telephone ni ho
na me wo phone bi ba na me mama use phone
okay
na me wo phone na person me keep phone e kai me dey o ma bebre back e be yira phone me call Portugal na me call yira phone
ukodu Portugal offer mean definitely o ma me say after the when opportunity say na o ma me dey answer no question
me call ye no na we Manfred be at the same day and because now me I got 2 days now my year trials to me year trials first day no now me who say my year there but coaches ne catch me say my year there me second day of trials no almost say my year there
abambuya
yeah my abambuya but now me obi a me ginya me dino even me visa na me the same day no now was a dear chance I be valid
okay
but me timid to quite the same day
wow
me kwa na ma maybe na wo airport no hwe me na me hu say bibia ko wrong
Okay.
But now me bon pay o me mo na sa no di o share me sa no di passport ni ma.
Okay.
Na me free mu koi.
Wow.
Enti me koi 2 days na kai no obu se manya ade. Enti na I was say coaches no omu transfer omu ye be 6-7.
Okay.
O so omu transfer no omu decide so omu pay me na omu pay me.
Okay.
Enti omu decide ba ku say me dwane enti no omu try me for 6 months.
Wow. Also udwane.
Yeah, I say me to make up. Enti omu try me for 6 months.
Okay.
No omu share the year meet enti
FC Porto.
Yeah, FC Porto.
Okay.
Enti first day I me call Portugal na kasa me kwakoye trials. The same day me ko do ye no. Omo di me call stadium ho. E na me ka chairman no wo ni say. Stadium we me bobo so answer me for big stadium omo Dragon.
Man no e hwan.
Oh yeah, manager as one manage players. Say players ba o bro.
Yeah. Na bivim be na dey na man of ma obi a onim no nya wadamfo ko ka chen say so stadium me bobo.
Yeah. Na me ngin this Yate Mr. Yate.
Yeah.
Me tell flight man na me sending a message say me kwa me baby possible.
So I bread it.
Catch and say possible send me my back.
Wow.
Na me GD say na me need doubt for me mo. Na me GD say me nya dem me back. O catch me so or me text message me. Enti omo accepting me here for 6 months no. About 2 matches no mo sign me 1 year.
Hey. Yes, Edipa coaches 5 said there be omo mpɛ ba ko say yen trial 6 months 2 matches and a signing and then omo hu and then see matches no then aye o twetwen obi asi ana say
first game me assist and me sambo me there and second game me share 3 goals you know
3 goals
mo sign me 1 year straight.
Wow. Scarcely of them out time na year ben
2011 me fan say 2010 I me call
okay.
January.
Okay.
Until 2010 one
1 year discussing of them out.
Na me give 500 euros.
500 euros.
Junior side.
Okay.
Na hona na me.
Okay.
Until na me give almost 500 euros a month, but na e does man me.
Na does man. I say because oh no say o da form. O jog ko achimota. Okay, you move on fast because any people person back bekasa.
Yeah.
From FC Porto days how long? Oh.
Me bo 6 months one I some ball 1 year man junior and okay. No me call loan war.
Okay.
Real have.
Okay.
It me ball 1 year or real have now me back to senior side now.
Okay.
It me ball senior side in 1 year now.
Okay.
Chelsea told me.
Wow. Chelsea a big club. Bia me kwa me hu that time now training be meaning the other video no better ho. And yeah, but one Chelsea. Is it because of competition for places and that kind of thing?
Yeah, no credit over corner talent to honor, but now me every day me can say no matter what no. I don't mind say team kesiye say me kitu akana team kesiye be family. Me mind say me ko. Internet every time be me nya move be ano. Who steady na me ko. Because me GD say me be around met my den. Met my bo. But Chelsea no and you might be bracey,
okay.
But me person me ending my career and sign no maka.
Answer no maka.
Yeah.
Do me say them no take crown cabin so.
Baby.
So they body do.
And then she met my catch away.
Matthias. Eti for ye go so kasa ye ne Christian Achu edin komo mo a hu ne da. Enipa pi na Christian aboa wo mo na me gidi say enche bi o mo nyina enipa gi because ye be another program a Christian so ho mo nyina enipa no yentime nkan. Ebi ha me bebre e pacho ye pese ye chia ne nsem keke obi kura se o pese o bompa ye okoto bompa ye ma me fu sun we kire na me gidi se emre do abema ho kwan na o nyina aba na de o pese o maka kire no o maka kire na before say to ye beto en common so mo me enko na Christian enipa wabo mo no ebi kasa sisi a mo me enkotie
ye be ko ho na asema yama omumu baako aka bibi eche yemia Christian Achu
asama mutumi wakache ne se onimboa no na ntwene nkwam ade edwuma bi o ye bia enkoso ma no na de o ye no ayen pom bibi yi skam so free an yankopon ye dan enhye ho ma brother to Christian Achu and Yamishra would
no purpose and Achu and Mishra and Mount and two corner Yamishra on show Quanda or Maudi opinion now, no was a phone. Yamen for Fini being cowed, that was Yamishra.
That was it. The German animal. Enyina nemu e de asida kese a eni kabia ama na yesen yakopon se omo ahoden omo onyansa nimde ehumu na oma obi bia obebia enye yie na de wahwe afa ehu nyina no onye okese no oma unya homo yakopon nshira o e da wase pa
nshira no yakopon emano merit banko so medenasipa
because no one can school and can meet me in Codisia to Christian Achu without a parents with my one.
Bra Christian Achu, Yankopon shop, and no one can admission fees. Can you know baby and fence and admission a crime upon me? Yankopon shop, and I was soon see. And then Kakoya Petrochemical Engineering University. Yankopon shop.
Says he can, yes, he can medical castle records and Achu. At the man say, young fat and more in the Pebia want to see
Christian Achu, Yadasi be brave. Yamin oh, baby, be around.
The doctor say, ma, you know Christian Achu. About Black Star, Radin Shan.
Amen. From Chelsea, what was him?
Miss Emma Chelsea, no, now Moreno and I are coaching. Emma said that year, no G League, no. Yeah. No person keep it. The players now. I
know you some.
Yeah, it makes sense because winning team they are difficult to obey.
But not, you know, we're impressed with your work rate.
Yeah, because say on a car, say on a green light, say almost.
Young Koto.
Yes, exactly.
Moreno so because young Koto there. Not just who something special with you.
You're a good man. Even me when Newcastle and any boy, or whom you know what argument, or very good. Sure. That's why you're aggressive.
Because we're aggressive.
Because open or donate you my serious one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And you know, from there, no, omo my uncle loan, Chelsea my uncle loan, and that's almost outright.
Me call loan was Vitesse.
Holland.
1 year, me year no, and I me call loan was Everton.
Okay. I mean, so boy Everton.
Yeah, Everton.
Okay.
About 1 year, me year na me call Bournemouth.
Okay, and then
yes.
Yeah.
And me call Malaga from Bournemouth.
Spain?
Yeah, it was Spain.
Okay. But I'm interested in one thing. Oh no, what bread, what the Garini beans, what's it what on there, example?
I told you, aluminium.
Just what copper. The Benny Ama Usika, Sa, oh, both teams, you say every month, and I say every week, I bring them training week. Yabema was Cassia, William Show. Because who says can be that? We are
me sure see me who's come and me machine that.
I didn't say. I didn't say. Now so nippy. They can do nippy. Oh baby.
Emma, okay. Solving problems baby, you know, our life more, but me who see can say scawe doors na be me machine say sikenya and say we but time I me we Porto no. Okay. Na Liverpool na pay me.
One can.
I was on mini Liverpool agent no. Asia Portugal. Na ye din komo ye trans na ye kind of. Okaska na omo person mo family no contract bibia. But me who scanner doesn't see the ameju Porto ni club but me ye mo anhime.
I didn't know alcohol. Liverpool we can say big club.
Yeah. And no club but name free me na Porto for na me no more.
Okay.
Ntokaka cranty.
Oh, okay.
Na Liverpool for fair Porto on no mum fako no.
Oh. It almost say such chance and no block such chance.
Until one of them Sterling a free junior side and no no call pre-season.
Oh.
And no be hit until we ask him no. Baby say baby on super father sanity.
Eventually Newcastle under Benitez. Now you were playing regularly. Mechanism. You were making a lot of impact. Oh, my assist near the. I don't know. Benitez free or no? Coach, my friend saying Crampo.
Steve Bruce.
Steve Bruce, no. Who say our chances here limited. And then I know all show and then I know you know I know pay. Because me kai say mo Liverpool crowd come assist be away. Yeah. So what changed?
Yeah, no crab Benitez war now. They be a footballer. Me accept every situation. Me work towards it, but Benitez you on the top me. On say coach is normally almost top player now. I was someone proving fans ni say player na me turn. Okay. Or your quality player. Okay. And the only way is a player. Okay. I idea that hunting. Benitez ball me no crane so ball me no me boat team am I by. It is Steve Bruce by no. Also better on the players. Oh. And there also improve with players, no improve with chair fans ni say. The players na better and so no. I'm good normal. Sure.
And okay, go ahead. Now can say.
Yeah, into I do baby so I me only say na me performances and your top sir.
I didn't know Kasa because you've been a top player. Is it because of injury? Is it because of I didn't know say my performances a drop?
Yeah, I know I make us me jaibo wa me kan wasem.
Because we here say because me sports journalist. Me a sports journalist for you. On behalf no, that is not why I'm here. But say one person can I don't want to. This is what for Newcastle. So what next?
Me it's a many offers, but wow. Me who say be a free Europe.
Oh, open Europe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So na me who but me name there and
I say at least so I say offers no we name. So I say e be so chain bi. So for instance, here China na there who say can so. Yeah. So minimum and when you be China na oko.
Oh, there be news ni there be PAP obi a we hu be.
But na say me there. And I never catch him in chambers.
I say yeah, we are my catch we be ameko.
Matias. Eti for Yeguso ne Christian Achu kasa na say the kan ye hu Christian o hwe omo da wase ya prisoners ha wayi wo mo bebre enye wa ankomo da so mo kan na say me catch say ekokuma ase branch ba kon yekoyi no woni made a oye ekomode no to robe kitchen ekodi emo ijeli no 1 year wayi enipa bebre boy ba kon oyi no nkrofo bi ye yie omo wie plastic chairs no ono de sebe ade ache so omo mefa ade ache so of plastic chairs too because na yie no omo ye wie
na ache wo ho no
ache wo ho
copper work ni bia
eti for me nkoti sa branti ya Christian yie na okofa ohwe na ye bia kra otimi se oye mobo omi nkoti no
okofa akunya mienu na mba
okofa akunya mienu ade kwen
am kwatna so
ede akunya
dade katum
dade ade na ye katum okofa free
am ye we from na moye na mpo am koyin amuni mienu besi nbra mba ji efi obako na ma ko so moye de moda ntom da gwen besi am ye de me fa mienu
enti ayi ase akunya na okofa na o dem wo ni akunya wo ho
ko chere
o hwe sa abrantie ya chese eya homete edien wo ye hustler wabre but adentina prisoners eni papi bi same adentina wo mo na wayi bebre wa ma pin so adwuma awoye
me one day be me ye margin sem pese na me ye charity one day me ye margin say okay mama nko visit we prisoners no more in Sawam.
Okay. Anyway, me fa on krama omo emi so mu picture bi na boots from bebre omo se men kan show so omo twen. Anyway, so awesome so
boot ni dia me dia madi dainti omo be fako.
Yeah. And omo show se say and dey answer na catch
next time me ba.
But sure. Adentina prisoners now so call visitor in Sawam.
Yes, my nyame asem nso kire say yanko prison yanko visit am for ni wenti me so me ya Kristo ni we are be wa me try say me di asem ni so Nti yɛkɔ prison hɔ no na mekɔhu the way hot here. Na me hu sɛ nkɔfo yi ɔmo hia mboa. Nti ɛna meyɛ ma adwene sɛ mede m'ani bɛyɛ den ɛbɛkɔ prisoners. Nti one day me ba na mekɔ organize games ɛwɔ hɔ. Ɛna yɛbɔ even po me pɛ sɛ menyɛ bi ansa makɔ. But obi ka kyerɛ me sɛ menkɔhwɛ mba ne deɛ no. Na ɔmo sɛ mɛtumi ayɛ bibi nso a. Me mantimi ankɔ hɔ na one day bi na me free hɔ na me call back to Newcastle. Na me ka kyerɛ madam for bi sɛ ɔnkɔ no nkɔhwɛ no kɔhu situation ɛwɔ no ka kyerɛ me sɛ no. Christian is too bad. Na nti na me pɛ kwan bi so a metimi proper way a metimi dey den abo but na me hu proper way nti the way a me dey ebia me bi kakra ko na ma organize we na me ko hu page ni wo online nti all your donations na me hu na me follow program na me ko research about the na mo ye no normally say na ya me ru area bibi mu a me investigation about it. Me share the reality. Ti me hu na mo say no mo be ye genuine way nti ma me nye na me share the amaye na they are bedu here.
Ati for me yanko ensawam female prison. Ma me bi nankopon onfa ne kra ensi it's a we free mu. Christian so no mu a na nso de nyame pe na oye ne ho ka okoda hospital. Just mo no de edoso.
No kwarinyi na ye ho chiri ye kwalebu sika sese ye di tondro na din na nyame na dom football bi a wo friend Christian Achu enam crime check so ma waye Mami Teresa amankwa adoye bebre ne ka wo nyina kwalebufu sika wo hwe duru na azi nyina ono na odi sika no odi ba ya ye de hwe no.
Christian utie enasia aye president panifo de mawe maame no nyame afre ne de eden na woka efa ho maame wotie se we free mu
no krade am ya sabi en wo so onu na ni yem no mi hu se aye kese bi na ne ewo no na be wo awu normal but se wo be coping musa solution ewo wiasim na obi wo bit ma solve problem no but bibi enti member no eya na eya but anka solution ni all the eya meti ase ma many bresa o ka se ne yema ni asa
non-custodial sentencing bill. You are the only footballer meka de say in Africa wakasa fa ho say sa bill ye pass into law obi akowia kwadu obi akowia ahwede no ebitima ma ye adwuma na Ghana yenim se fi wa hagatam ombetima aweke ebibitima plant for food and jobs and sase edo mo to prison na aban asan yisika afedi wom sebe yansa bia enim waka aban say afewe won be pass into law and then I person woka efa ho piem because my who say ade a eda wakoma so
ya ka assembly dey ya cancer but me say every year bia no mo postpone the ade no mo ka say next year August next year but me who say Ghana for baby person be take responsibility I was say yankasa no yenjina we di be share we bo say BBC we di be share we way for obi am person be take responsibility adi ba kwa mission we Europe na I say yan take responsibility to bibiara obetima boa e wo parliament house o ama sa ade we on be passer sa non custodial sentence bill no yes I say ubeboa because yes from eneko say you pass law na what save you be obeko prison more for 2 years e bia ni life beko say
ma misa wasembi ye de ye dwumade ne ba wi ya ye kasre I say my Christian na before my is on models na wakofa bruni fefe I didn't know which I before when people talk like that what do you feel na say me who supposed to be Thomas Party na oni bruni bi awo and the comments were Ah, I don't be before Honoakari Bruni. What influenced you to marry a white?
No credit, I mean, or Baby Antona or Ghana Sana me too.
Oh,
yeah, indeed.
Asempa?
Yeah, me know Baby Antona. And Untiana, me call you, me Bobo or Queen, no, na minimum, so say, I'm queen more bomb, Monty, or say, Impo be.
Okay.
And telling me from if it is anyway.
Sure.
Though, when him say, in bar baby or more gun or more for more so by anyway, but the copy one, dummy, me wado me, and yes, we are cocoa, we are tuntum, we are winty, me need was some dream, though you come every sometimes.
Arabia. No. What can I say?
Yeah, once me once have for no culture near difference here there, until be why to me kasa or different, but there me penny say or to me be kasa reach me me ko kasa reach no until every time no ya kunkra na
wetin mo hase
yeti e wan ase
yenka wo ya but o ma me efrimu ya o ma me efrimu ye didi nkomo bebre me no didi nkomo bebre. How was it like time out is o ma me efrimu o ma me abre a lot and now me sure so bon pie so bin ya che na why even more for her, but why am I to know? What's the news and say now here?
Yeah, papa, because oh yeah, me buy.
Yeah.
Now or the hospital will go on me buy. It me be sure but me only condition and me say very difficult.
Okay.
And now coronavirus ni so aba nti na Newcastle force players na were outside no yen bra because on be close way borders that was me free way me ma me ho enko but me free no 1 week later na mo ka cha me say we free mo na anajo bia me so sa but one day me bibi ma me jais me so die na me ho no e young mba older women no more want to.
Wow.
And no a young no one finfi.
Wow.
And me hon is an. And I'm a Jason. No say.
Oh baby pa.
Yeah.
I didn't say now catch Ghana for there are a lot of footballers some more opportunities Emma. About means where you good pa there are lots of Christian Achu in Ghana but all my the opportunity. But before that I'm really fee assemble Ghana Blasters also a jaibo. I didn't know a jaibo.
Oh me I say and no one be what me person my barber reply because Uber reply now we can. Bisa who say I ain't fan make us media Blasters ball.
Because I don't crop.
Yeah, exactly. Into me Ghana for ni bebre no. Omo kasa fa me ho a me ja omo na omo kasa because omo person omo ntewe no kasa. To omo be kai bia gist asem no eye. But because mini coach e kasa oba me ho e wo Newcastle am kasa. O ka chem sa chu. Pese umbe boni we o ka chem na me explaining no ma bia e den e che na no so okay mo be me worry. Enti
it's no one person obebo.
Yeah, there me here me say coach ni nim say situation we net here. But outsiders, I quite say my family. There here me say my family here. Okay, outsiders some mo kasa na no am family.
Wow. I already some of these comments, you know, ebu ha as adia obi nim. No I can ya. As if sir or no neda and papa akoso. When you read such things, does it demotivate you?
No, because me who say me wo e bia omo situation mo e bia sana me. Sa what I say. Nti sometimes omo ye bibi anya say bia efi o makoma obi wo ha obetima kan kwasa bro ni bi o send me a message. O didi matem ka asem che na me reply no bepa macho.
Wow. And then reply na the man.
O catch me say me monkey and I say me say online. Na me catch say nya hwe. Say me monkey krana. Me who say me family who me say me nipa ene hia me. Say who me say me monkey anya me we.
No bepa macho.
No bepa macho say wanya dey. On say o kan ye no. Me react in a bad way. On say enti
kawama na power.
Enti nkofo bebre wo ho a omo ka asem a emfe o makoma mu. Yes, ebufo ba no maka. Enti wo so di ebufo ko kan na akoye say. Enti aya na must stay away na man.
Sure. Any papi looking for opportunities. There are lots of Christian Achus in Ghana, Bibre, but acquiring MBA. It my jogo channel. Said I'll jogo from Medina to him.
Yeah, Medina to Achimota.
Achimota. It been more jogo channel. But acquiring BA Emma Homo. Omo Tio, Omo Show, and your Ghana uncle, Ibo baby brave. Maybe shall Newcastle. Actually, will be frame or say, me no Casaman, we need Casa, acquiring me first when your chance. Acquiring B is not, it's just not opening. Advice Ben Adbemon.
Yeah, life never easy. Me hone so bia wo de bia me kan over one chance e wo e wi asem do esun de wi a wo ho no na me nim say e bia na me kwa ko bobo wa broche but na me dream say me bobo wa broche but me nim say dream ni bet ma ba true but obi biara wo ho a also o fight say o ye hu say atwat me do level we a bet me do amana pa.
Wow. So I take for aha na ye day yon komodi no AC ye nyina yeti Christian wa kan sempi wa motivate wo wo hwe yen afei so wa boa eni papi ye nyina yate wo yasum wo a won aba beda na se medical hyebo ese mene na kasa wagye atum se one day wo nyina obepese hia no mo a mo pese mo ne kasa mo a mo pese mo hira de mo hira ne dada na de yen so ye ka twam ne se ye footballers so no ye nim se obia e won vision in life but ye be stress e mo so no munya bia mon kai ye nuanam a won ebre eno ene nhira wom eno na nyankopon enso ehwe so adibie ekwan ye beda mo nyina ase eti dasene se nyankopon e ma hokwan ye besan aba mo chembe Christian ye dase amisha so okay, thank you.
Oh, brother, Christian Achu, Nyamishra Uda.
No, Christian Achu, Nyamishra, and Mount and two corner.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. So guys, you all are used to me being outdoor every time. Today I am going indoor and I'm going to be meeting an awesome family I met before. This is the video we created together. You don't want to miss that video. Go back, watch the video and come back and continue this one. And so you know I always come along with you. I can't go alone without you. And so we are coming together. We are going to enjoy our time with them and I know you love it. So yeah, let's go right into the video. Let's go.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
So everyone, meet the Richardsons. It's good to be here again.
It is. We're back.
Aquaba. So what are we doing today?
Who's going to reveal the surprise to Auntie? Go on then.
A jollof competition. One of my favorites.
Oh.
Why not Banku?
Oh, because jollof is something that has started wars and it's become so popular. So
don't worry, we have won the war.
So the Richardsons have a YouTube channel which is called The Destination Africa
TV.
And what do you do there?
Oh, we talk about everything from parenting to inspiring the next generation to talking to African legends about how the next generation are going to be able to become the leaders of tomorrow.
Wow, that's interesting. I'm really interested and I'm sure my subscribers are interested. They want to know more about your family. So, meet the proper chefs. Yes, so we are going to be preparing jollof. Would you teach me or I'll teach you? Or how is it going to be like?
What's it going to be like?
No, we're cooking together.
No, we are cooking together.
Okay, so guys, are you ready? Yes. Are you ready to have some Ghana jollof? Ghana jollof! Special Ghana jollof. We have here
Inshira, aka Market Inshira. Because I'm beautiful and I'm annoying at the same time.
Wow. I didn't see that coming. So Asida is going to go through the ingredients with us. Yeah.
AKA Abranti Asida because I'm a freshman. So here we have our vegetables, which in Tree we call atosodie. Can everybody say atosodie? Spices we will be using to make this jollof delicious and beat the Nigerians.
They will come at you. We also have tin tomatoes
and
rice,
coconut oil and basmati rice.
So we are going to be cooking, and these are my two beautiful chefs. That's why I'm cutting without.
But if you're doing it with children, chopping board.
Chopping board, yes.
No, I do this all the time.
You sure?
I do it with plantain.
Okay. So you allow the tomatoes and the oil to boil for some time. Are you enjoying it?
Oh, very much.
We'll be tasting your
special jollof.
Special jollof. Okay, so we're going to add our spices. The next thing going in is our spices.
This looks like rice and stew now.
So I know some people would add the water before the rice.
Yeah, that's what we normally do.
Yes. So, I mean, today is a different style. Everyone, say hello to the Richardsons. So I want to know, my viewers also want to know, why did you move from the UK to Ghana?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll answer it from mommy's perspective. So Michael always wanted to move from the UK because it was home for him. We lived here for a few years when we were growing up, born in the UK, but lived here for a few years growing up. And then we went back. And as the years went by, we had children and realized there were so many things people were complaining about, like, you know, things we had to settle for, our children being second-class citizens, things not being fairly done, and always having to really fight and struggle to navigate your way through it. And we just wanted that peace of mind, and our children recognizing that they came from somewhere, they have a heritage that they should inherit, they have family traditions. And so we thought, you know, this is the best time to come home. And we've been making the moves, planning for a while, and now we're here.
How long have you been here?
We've been here coming up to 2 years, so about 16 months.
Yeah.
And how has the experience been so far? Like, we hear a lot of people say they are coming home, but what is it about Ghana? Why did you even decide to choose Ghana? I mean, they have a lot of African countries. Why did you choose Ghana?
For us, Ghana was always home. I mean, it's where both of our parents are from. It's where their grandparents are from and a heritage. So we were intentional about raising the children and making sure they could speak Twi from birth. It was the main language at home. They could read it, they could write it. We were always telling them about Ghana until we finally came on holidays. So it was just a case of now they were seeing all that they were told about and what they've seen on TV. And it just was a natural thing for them to come home and for us all to come to Ghana.
Okay. Since I came, I realized everyone is speaking Twi. Oh, that's amazing. Did you start learning Twi there, or when you came here, you had to adapt to learning speaking Twi?
Oh no, we actually learned Twi back in the UK.
Okay.
So I'll let Daddy tell the story.
Yeah. So for me, I mean, I'll be very quick. I learned to speak Twi in my 30s, and it was literally because when I came on a trip one time, I came home, and I couldn't speak Fanti very well, and I had an encounter which made me realize that, hey, you know, speaking your mother tongue.
How has the kids, how have your children adapted to lifestyle being in Ghana?
Ghana living.
Yeah.
I mean, from our perspective, we would say they were always looking forward to coming home. So the anxiety, the excitement, the enthusiasm, it was all there. We finally come home, and I'll let them be the ones to tell you how it's been since we have been. Yeah.
How has it been?
Okay, yeah, so it's been amazing. We came here, it just felt like home. It felt like another normal day because this is home. Ghana is home for us. And we're very glad to be here. So we appreciate practically everything that happens. Like we have antelopes, which are here. We get to play with this swing. And we have a garden at the back, so we can sometimes try farming, or we can just play around, you know, do gymnastics, play football, so it's been a great time. When you're in the UK, you can't really find things like that, so I think Ghana is unique, and I've really enjoyed it since we've been here for almost 2 years.
Okay, so what about our education system? Is it favoring them here, or what's your style here?
So for us, we homeschool the children.
Okay.
They've always been homeschooled. They've never been to school.
Wow.
So for us, it helped with our transition. So instead of, you know, all we had to do is, in the past, we've been on holidays and we've come for a couple of weeks at a time, then we've been for a month at a time, and we just brought the books with us. So they were having fun, part holidaying, part studying, and so on. So coming permanently, it's just been a continuation, and that's made that transition for us that bit smooth.
Wow. So how did you make the moving here?
Well, the move back home was a planned one over years. We decided for like 4 or 5 years ago that we wanted to move back to Ghana. So then it became a case of how are we going to do it? So there came practical steps of making sure that we go on holidays very often so that we know what we're getting ourselves in for, because sometimes there's that drama of, hey, I would love to go home, but then you have to find a way to survive and to live and to thrive. So we planned coming on short holidays, a couple of weeks at a time, and then it extended to a month at a time, doing it 2 or 3 times a year until we were really sure that, you know, we were ready to make the move. And when we did, the children and Abuna came first, and I sort of followed later. So it happened over years. 4 years seems like a long time.
Yeah.
But the planning sort of and time, it's sort of you blink and we're here, and we almost have to pinch ourselves.
Yeah.
Finally here.
Yeah.
Okay, so most people say Ghana is expensive. Do you agree with people saying Ghana is expensive? And if Ghana is expensive, compare it to the UK and see if it's really expensive as people say it is.
Okay, so I mean, when we were coming, part of the move back was to figure out how much it will cost for us to live every month. And we went to the supermarkets. I was taking, you know, notes of the prices just to see, you know, how much does it cost in the UK, how much does it cost in Ghana. Now, for me, from my analysis, which I saw, things in Ghana were a little bit more expensive than they were in the UK. But then people earn a lot less in Ghana than in the UK. So, relatively speaking, it's more expensive. But at the same time, I say everybody has a choice. You know, you have to choose what you need, what's essential, and what's nice to have. So, you know, everyone picks and chooses what they want their lifestyle to be.
Yeah, I agree with what he's saying, and also just that there's not a credit system here. So if you're coming over, just bear in mind that you have to have the money to be able to pay for what you desire. Whereas in the UK, there are people out there who live on the credit system. You just put everything on the credit card at the end of the month, you pay the interest or you pay whatever it is you spend on the card. So that's one thing. For things that are imported, that tends to be quite expensive. So bear that one in mind. If you have a penchant for your cereals and other things that you tend to like, then your caviar, your sushi, then yeah, that's going to be expensive. But like Michael was saying, just cut your coat according to your size.
Okay, so I am more of a travel person. So I want to know, since you moved to Ghana, have you visited any tourist attraction place? Have you visited any sort of, have you moved from your home somewhere to at least enjoy? So where have you been and what's your experience?
We've been to the Isla Gon Polo Club, was it? Yeah. We went in Cantonment. Yeah, Cantonment.
Okay.
Yeah, we went there and we had lunch, and we had the opportunity to witness a polo game. I think it was red versus white, and then white won.
Okay, where else? Any tourist attraction?
Tourist attractions
for us, we haven't done that many. To be honest.
We've done a few. We've done Senchi. We've done what's the other one? Adan.
Every botanical garden.
Aqua Safari.
Oh, okay.
So everywhere in the south.
We've done a few, but I don't consider that traveling. We're nowhere near Stella's level.
No, nowhere near. So after COVID, we were actually like on our way, and we were getting ourselves around. COVID hit, and then we realized, okay, we need to just realign everything and make sure that family living and routines and everything is set. Lockdown was out, and then we had a continuation of routine, so we need your recommendations now on where to go.
Okay, so I have a whole list of places to go, especially places they would find interest in the kids.
Yeah. No, definitely. So yeah, we'll be checking out your recommendations, watching your channel, as Michael said.
Yeah. Okay, so is there any final words you'd like to tell anyone in the diaspora watching this video?
So I would probably say there's a proverb which is, life is something that life is not something that is there for you to enjoy, but it's something for you to experience. There'll always be the bad sides of life and the good sides of life. You can never stay on one and always try to avoid the other, because you'll have problems every day, and if you try to avoid the bad side, then you'll have more problems coming your way. So I think we should all just try and travel through the bad side and go into the good side and try and stay there and make it be your happy place.
Wow, interesting.
Okay,
Mommy.
Bombshell. I don't know how I'm going to follow up on that because she said it all. But last words for those in the diaspora, I would say if Ghana or Africa, the motherland, is something that you've been thinking about coming home to do, to visit, to stay, please, by all means, this is the time. There is so much to experience, to inherit, to enjoy. And like Inshira said, there is always going to be good and bad. This is something that exists everywhere in the world. So please don't let anything stop you, not what you've seen on TV. I've got this one singing in my ear. But yeah, not what you've seen on TV, not what somebody has tried to discourage you about, not any stereotypes. Just come, enjoy, experience, and live.
Right, my final words would be to say, Africa is almost like the final frontier, the place of tomorrow. And if you believe it, if you think it's possible, check it out and, really see what's available. Look at what the realm of possible is for you and go out there and do it and experience it. Come and travel, come and see, check out Stella's channel.
Subscribe, guys.
Yay. Okay, yeah. So one thing I would say is patience is a virtue. If you've been trying to come to Africa and it may have not gone as planned, do wait. Do not give up, because this place is literally heaven. It's the earth heaven. I am really enjoying it here, and I'd recommend you to come here. So just remember, patience is a virtue.
What do you do in Ghana?
Okay, so in Ghana we've started, and should I say we've continued doing the Destination Africa workshops. Destination Africa workshops is something we started off doing in the UK to empower our young children. So we teach them everything from critical thinking to public speaking, their history, language, entrepreneurship, cooking, emergency skills like how to survive or how to help somebody when they're in a stroke, having a heart attack, and all of that. So since we've been to Ghana, we've actually taken it online and it's gone global, and it's doing extremely well. So our next set of workshops are coming up in September, and registration forms will be available
all online.
So how can one join your program?
So all they have to do is register their child. We have 3 sessions on a Saturday, 2 for 4 to 12-year-olds, and then from 12 to 17 we have a new youth program because it's highly in demand. So the parents have been asking for it. So in that we'll be teaching children about things like mortgages, financial literacy, coming of age, manhood, womanhood, having really high-end debates and about current affairs and all sorts that affect them, because of course they're going to be the leaders of tomorrow. So primarily this is why we do it, and we would highly encourage your children to come and experience these workshops, because we teach them everything they don't teach them in school.
Yeah, so and a way to do it is sign up thedestinationafrica.com. So it's an online form, fill it out, register your interest, and yeah, they can join
and that's
next
it.
term.
Yeah, and leave it in the comment section as well. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, it'll be in the comment section.
Okay, so if you have any questions on what they do, please leave it in the comment sections. They will get back to you. Also do well to subscribe to their YouTube channel. Guys, you can't be watching this and not subscribe. Like, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? It will just take 1 second. Go to their YouTube channel, subscribe to their family, join their family, and they are doing amazing. You can trust me on that.
Subscribe to
the button.
Sure, our jollof is ready now. We are going to dig in, and mommy and daddy and everyone will tell me how well we did with the cooking Asida and Ishira.
So can't wait to taste.
Let's go.
So we want you guys.
It's looking good so far.
It still does look a bit gooey.
So we just have to cover it for some time. So we are preparing our coleslaw. Asida, what are you mixing?
I am mixing salad cream, malt vinegar, sugar, and coconut oil. And salt.
And salt.
Yes,
Okay.
and salt.
And this is our ingredients. We have carrots, onion, and cabbage. Our jollof is ready.
Catch your 360. Catch your 360.
I'm turning it around as I speak.
Presentation on point.
On point.
So this is my plate, and I'm enjoying my jollof.
Enjoy your own jollof. You've earned it.
You've done well.
This is good stuff, guys. Aren't you tired? If you ever decide to resign, you have a place in our home.
So I'm going to leave you guys and continue my meal. This brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience and my entire talk with the beautiful Richardsons. And so, guys, do well to subscribe to their family.
Subscribe, share, comment. Leave all your comments down below. We want to hear what you think of Auntie Stella's jollof. It's amazing. And please make sure you subscribe. Auntie Stella.
Please, if you love me so much, just as much as you've watched the entire video, please do well to visit their sent you here.
We love you, kids.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire
inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
To sustain what we have begun, because you, O God, are the God who begins and ends mightily. In your name, we pray for good success for this program. In the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
We're grateful to you, the Reverend Dr. Joyce Aye. And now a spot of music from the Ghana Police Band. With the blessing of God Almighty, let me say good afternoon, Ghana, and welcome to the Jubilee House, Accra, and for the commemorative tree planting as part of the Green Ghana Day dubbed Let's Go Planting. I am, by the grace of God, Jerry Ajololo, and I welcome you ever so warmly. This afternoon, we take pride in welcoming in our midst a man whose words have inspired us to create a greener and a healthy Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Tree of the President of the Republic, Nana. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, the Honorable Chief of Staff, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we gather this afternoon at the request of the President of the Republic in our efforts to create a greener Ghana by planting 5 million trees. What we're going to do this afternoon is a commemorative event to mark this great day. It gives me pleasure to invite to set the tone for this afternoon the ever-resourceful Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. Make welcome the Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Madam Chief of Staff, Secretary to the President, Chief Executive Officer of the Forestry Commission, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, we are assembled here this afternoon, pursuant to your vision and instruction to witness the planting of the commemorative tree for the launch of the Green Ghana Day. Across the country, Ghanaians and indeed residents of Ghana are engaged in the planting of some 5 million trees. Reports across the country, Mr. President, indicate that Ghanaians have embraced your call and are enthusiastically and actively planting trees. I should point out that Ghana's forest cover, as at 1900, stood at some 8,200,000 hectares. It has been depleted over the years by an astonishing 80% to the current state of 1,600,000 hectares. This situation is a result of years of degradation, deforestation, lack of effective afforestation and action. Ghana's forest cover is depleting at a very alarming and unsustainable rate, and the time to do something about it is now. The guiding principles of the Green Ghana Day, as envisioned by the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, are as follows. 1. We seek to plant a minimum of 5 million trees today. 2. The logistics, resources, funding, manpower, and participation in this exercise are national, broad-based, non-partisan, citizenship-owned, and anchored on collective action. 3. This will be a yearly exercise with increases in the number of trees each Green Ghana Day, with the goal of 100 million trees being planted in a day, all within the second term of the Akufo-Addo presidency. Green Ghana clubs in our educational institutions will be set up to support our efforts. 4. Economic and fruit trees such as timber, rosewood, neem, wawa, mango, orange, coconut are to be planted to serve as both forest cover and investment, so as to contribute to the growth of the economy. 5. The seedlings planted will be nurtured, nursed, and monitored to maturity. A monitoring team has been constituted and chaired by the dependable Chief Executive Officer of the Forestry Commission, Mr. John Alote, which will present quarterly reports on how the trees are growing. And at the first anniversary of the 2021 Green Ghana Day, that is 11 June 2022, a comprehensive report on how well we have done with the 5 million trees will be submitted. The survival of the seedlings planted today is more important than the planting. We intend to do everything possible, Mr. President, to ensure that we advance and natural resources. I thank the President and several other policies across the country. Mr. President, and wherever you are in Ghana, plant a tree. For planting a tree with green, planting a tree makes you a citizen and not a spectator. Planting a tree will help fix our forest cover. Planting a tree will help protect our water bodies. And planting a tree is noble and godly. Green Ghana, let's go planting. I thank you for your attention.
We're grateful to you, Ghana's Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Samuel Abujinapo. Indeed, the survival of these seedlings we plant today is far more important. Reason, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it falls to the CEO of the Forestry Commission, the implementing arm of the ministry, to walk us through how the sustainability of this effort will be achieved. Please welcome Mr. John Aluti.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Honorable Chief of Staff, Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, MP Damango, Ministers of State, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Since the launch of the Green Ghana project by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Forestry Commission and numerous stakeholders have worked tirelessly across the length and breadth of Ghana to ensure the fulfillment of this objective. We have been overwhelmed by the support we have received for this ambitious project. We have been extremely impressed by the commitment and enthusiasm exhibited by our chiefs, leaders, school children, civil society groups, MMDAs, the embassies, and ordinary Ghanaians, many of whom trooped to our offices and tree nurseries to pick up seedlings, as well as travel from far and near to areas where we have designated for seedlings. Our travels across the nation to monitor progress of preparatory activities and to create awareness have shown quite clearly the determined spirit of the Ghanaian to respond to issues relating to the environment, even during a pandemic, and has confirmed that with the right leadership and motivation, Ghanaians are willing and capable of confronting the challenges of our time. Today, as we gather here to witness the ceremonial planting by Your Excellencies, I wish to confirm that we have distributed almost 7 million seedlings across the country. Both economic timber trees, ornamental trees, and fruit trees. Our team are out in the field lending support and facilitating the planting exercise. Beyond the Green Ghana Day, we have put in place measures to ensure that the planted trees will be nurtured and protected. Our district monitoring teams will undertake quarterly inspections and pay follow-up visits to all institutions and groups who received seedlings during this initiative. It is our expectation that next year, when we gather to commemorate the day, we will also use the occasion to award schools, institutions, and individuals who have performed exceptionally in taking care of their trees. Mr. President and Vice President will today be planting a tree called the Tree of Life, Lignum vitae. The plant derives its name from its medical potency. The Lignum vitae resin has been used over several decades to treat a variety of medical conditions. Its wood is regarded as one of the heaviest and hardest in the world. Let me take the opportunity to take you through some of the highlights so far the steps in planting trees are concerned. First, you choose a location that would allow roots to spread and branches to grow freely, away from building foundations, walls, and power lines. You dig a hole as deep as the root ball and twice as wide. 3, where soil is dry or there has been no rain for 3 days, you pour water to fill at least half of the volume of the hole and allow the water to seep slowly into the surrounding soil. 4, remove the tree seedling from the container. It may be a polythene bag, and then drop the tree seedling slowly into the hole and tamp the basement. Gently do that until you get to a level that is at par with the surrounding environment. You water the tree seedling well and continue to water at least any other day until the tree is matured. I thank you so much for the support you have received from all and sundry. Thank you.
has not been sustainable over the years. Deforestation and forest degradation are the greatest challenges to sustainable forest management in Ghana today. The consequential effect of deforestation and forest degradation is severe climate change, which has dire consequences for our livelihoods, specifically the drying up of our water bodies, the pollution of our waters, loss of our prime timber species, loss of biodiversity, and change in rainfall patterns and weather conditions in the country. There's thus an urgent need to reverse the trend and restore our forest resources as much as possible back to their original state. We do not have tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to do this. We have to act now. As President of the Republic and co-chair of the eminent group of advocates of the 2030 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, I'm leading the nation today, 11th June, Green Ghana Day, to plant at least 5 million trees across the country as part of the master plan of Ghana's Green Ghana agenda. Government is determined to restore the lost forest cover of our country. Indeed, we're doing so through a number of policy interventions. The attempt to regulate and sanitize the small-scale mining industry is one such to help keep our forest cover and reserves intact. Today's nationwide exercise will not be a one-off event. We intend to enhance ongoing afforestation programs and see to the sustainable exploitation of our forest resources. I assure the Ghanaian people that government is determined to ensure the survival of the 5 million trees being planted today. Together, we must and will protect our environment and ecosystem, and we must contribute to the world's agenda at combating global warming. We have to protect planet Earth and our motherland, Ghana. I appeal to all Ghanaians to embrace the Green Ghana initiative introduced by government and being driven by the energetic, youthful Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the Member of Parliament for Damango, the Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapor. It is an ambitious initiative, and we will make the necessary effort to sustain it. God willing, this event will be an annual one, and planting targets will be reviewed upwards every year. As I plant my own tree today at Jubilee House, the seat of the nation's presidency, I express my appreciation to our Green Ghana ambassadors, particularly First Lady Rebecca Kufuor, the Vice President Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, Second Lady Samira Bawumia, the Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, the Chief Justice, Justice Enin Yabua, the Chief of Staff at the Office of the President, Akosua Frema Osei Opare, the Asantehene, Otumfo Osei Tutu II, the Overlord of Dagbon, Yana Mahama Abukari II, the Ochenhene, Osadifo Amwetia Oforipenyi, the National Chief Imam, Sheikh Usman Nuhu Sharabatu, and other prominent citizens of our country who have embraced this initiative and committed themselves to supporting this national agenda by planting a tree each. I'm equally grateful to the leaders of the Church of Pentecost, the Presbyterian Church, the Methodist Church, the Catholic Church. Grow and protect them to maturity. We have a collective responsibility to leave future generations and their communities with richer, more valuable forest and wildlife endowment than we inherited. May God bless us all and our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention, and let us go planting green Ghana.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, one more time, a resounding round of applause. Indeed, a society grows great when her men plant trees whose shades they know they will never sit under. This is how we say thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership and for the motivation you give us to do more. I can't help but notice the cloth you're wearing. My uncle, the Honorable Ifri Akoto, tells me that it means Duakrojim Frama Ebu. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to know that Duakrojim Frama Ebu. When one tree alone takes the storm, it will break. But together as a forest, we can withstand every storm. Please put your hands together one more time for the President of the Republic. Like the young people in Ghana will say, Nana, you do all. And so right after this proceeding, Mr. President, I would invite you together with the Minister, assisted by the Chief of Staff, the Minister of Agric, and the Vice President, to please proceed to the commemorative tree where we shall plant, and together, ladies and gentlemen, we shall set in motion the tree of life, the lignum vitae racing, for a new lease of life for Ghana. To this end, I ask that we rise and invoke the blessings of Allah as we receive the closing prayer from Alhaji Ibrahim Ajay, and thereafter the national salute.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal lazina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin.
May God bless you, Mr. President. May God bless the Green Ghana Day, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please remain standing as the President of the Republic and the official party plants the commemorative tree. A little social distancing will do, please. And this is how we reclaim our green vegetation with this bold initiative, the Green Ghana Day. Let's go planting. For all of you watching us on GTV, the station of the nation, and online on Facebook and all social media platforms, we encourage you to pick a seedling from any Forestry Commission office. We have a long time to go before the day closes. Please do well to plant a tree, take a photo, and use the hashtag Green Ghana Day. Let's go planting. Let's send the message to the whole wide world that we are enriching the center of the earth, Ghana, with 5 million trees. My name is Jerry Ajololo, and on behalf of the President of the Republic and from all of us here at Jubilee House, we say thank you.
There were some reports saying you had personal interest.
It wasn't about me thinking about taking that project. I have a bigger project than what they are doing.
So you have no personal...
I don't do government contract.
Fix the Country has also been very popular.
It is not even about fix the country, it's about save the nation. Cement was 30 cities or 35 cities. Today it's 50 cities. Nobody is talking. And you're talking about fix the country. Which country do you have to fix?
So do you think the hair issue, shouldn't have been even discussed because someone's rights were being trampled on?
I mean, the whole country discussing Rasta hair. Is the hair going to steady or the head?
Have you taken the vaccine already?
No.
You've not?
No.
Is it a personal choice or?
No. What is there to take? Where have we? You see, we Africans, we are dumb. Look at the president come and sit down to launch a $2.5 million waste management company. Oh, serious?
I think it was a waste of time.
I don't know. We have reduced this country to zero.
Since the commencement of our operations in 1996, the transformation of the telecommunications sector has been largely driven by consumer needs, constant innovation, consistent investment in the network, and improved customer experience. We would never have come this far without our customers, the government of Ghana, the media, suppliers, and other partners. We hope that this partnership will endure to leverage the transformational mobile technology to progress the development of this country. We look forward to a future filled with peace, prosperity, and stability in this nation.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did...
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No.
Need a lot of money. To be able to put up enough housing for our people. So I think that will be
That was a company that was contracted by GOG for the construction of drinking water projects. Tell us about that, and what were the challenges and your successes with such a project?
so at the end of the day, the project is almost about starting, and that's about 30 million euro. What
Contractors. For now, contractors are just giving certificates
that usually contractors are graded, they are registered and graded. And so I think it's a good thing to have contractors being regulated. But beyond that, I don't know what else. Yes.
Honorable Abanga, congratulations.
Thank you.
If you're giving the nod, I just like and Kenela Champo. So we have the low-cost houses. Some can be found in your own backyard, Boku. And then in the 90s, we had the SNIT Affordable Housing Scheme. You can find some of those houses located in Bolga. Now that you are heading to the Ministry for Works and Housing, just tell us, what would you want to be remembered for as Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a Deputy Minister, you know, the mandate is for the minister. So in practical terms, When he's successful, then I can share the credit. So that is what I think I will be doing for now. Thank you.
Honorable Abaga, and this one is quite controversial. Sagleme has been topical for quite some time, and now if you're giving the nod, Honorable Abanga, how do you intend to assist the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing deal with the Sagleme issue?
We're deeply humbled and recognize that this achievement has only been possible with the support and contributions of so many before us who have toiled and built the foundation upon which we stand today. It is our fervent belief that businesses exist today for reasons beyond financial returns. This is what has fueled our consistent commitment to invest in education, health, and economic empowerment through the MTN Foundation, with over 187 projects since inception. Thank you once again for joining us today to celebrate this major milestone in the history of MTN and for your role in making the past
Ghana is facing a serious shortage of housing for the increasing population demanding a place to lay their heads.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
"25 years in the life of any business is a milestone worth celebrating. I am truly excited to welcome all of you to the official launch of MTN Ghana's 25th anniversary celebrations. Everywhere you go was not just a mantra, it was a promise. And over the last 25 years, we have delivered on this promise and brightened your lives. I am therefore pleased to welcome you warmly and to thank you most sincerely for accepting our invitation to be here this morning. As I can say, Muniha Yeniho. We are good together. Welcome. Thank you.
The journey began on the Legon bypass, what is usually called the Game Pass stretch. From the start of the road at Jolu to about half of the journey, it was pitch black. The only source of light was from the headlights of vehicles which plied the stretch. The bushy nature of this area makes it easy for armed robbers to attack commuters in the deep of the night. Many have fallen prey to these unscrupulous persons who have taken advantage of the absence of lights on the stretch to lay siege and attack unsuspecting victims. Our hopes were raised a little with a few street lights in sight. These, however, were only on the right side of the road from the Jolu stretch, and some of these were dysfunctional. Just a few meters to the main road that links Hacho to Atomic, the street lights went dead again, and vehicles had to struggle through the darkness and the terrible pothole-ridden stretch to join in. We continued to the Medina Ebri Highway, where we noticed a rather interesting happening. The right side of the road after the Atomic Junction runabout and towards Adenta was very well lit with bright street lights, whereas the street lights on the left side of the road from the SDA junction were all dysfunctional. The dark roads posed a serious threat, especially to pedestrians who still had to cross from one side to the other of the road. They could easily be knocked down. At the Legon Mall and Commercial Bank area, the street lights were back, but just briefly, because from that area, all through the streets around the University of Ghana, through Okponglo to Shiashi, the street lights which were mounted wouldn't even blink. They were completely off, and the streets were clouded in darkness, but for the lights from buildings and vehicles which reflected on the road. Some pedestrians who use the stretch regularly spoke about how unsafe they feel, while some drivers told me how the absence of lights on the stretch has contributed to some road accidents in the past.
I've seen it to be detrimental to human and also as well as us. Mostly at Okponglo during 12 a.m. or 11 p.m. that way. You can just be on a bus stop and somebody will just take your phone. You use a knife to stab. Recently, a guy was visiting up. You work on Lego campus as a pharmacist. Going home, he was being stabbed on the way and the phone was taken and he died. So I think that the street lights, the absence of the street lights causing more harm to people using this lane, particularly, when you are waiting on the government, this problem will not be solved because government go, government come, but Ghana remain. So I think that the citizens, we must gather ourselves and that no, if this is the problem, let's also contribute something.
How is that going to be? This is the responsibility of institutions that have been put in place.
Okay, it can be done with a trustable people that are well known in a lane of Shiashi to Okponglo, that they can do that.
This street light is on and off. Sometimes it might be on. Sometimes for the whole week, there will be no street lights, particularly from here up to the next junction. What is the name? Okponglo. For the time, and how the criminals are worrying people here in this bus stop. In fact, it's very uncomfortable. My last bad experience was last year when we were here to pick a car with a friend to our end. And when the throttle came, but by then there was no car, so people were rushing for the truck to join the throttle. So my friend who is with me, in fact, we don't know the person was a criminal. He was having dressed nicely like somebody close from work. And he was following my friend. So, but we were all struggling for the car. And all of a sudden, he picked my friend's phone. I feel very bad. It's insecure because, to stand here, even when you are standing here without a light, you are not safe.
So be from a cheap one shower deep sick and I say no better me for me. I say the so share me so light no so ma who how cry who that shoe and I be the Gina this year be Gina which no this can be warm and or this can who atomic dancing bar last time is almost say on floor be say koshi force there and there. Omoji student for on the phones na teacher a man so once we assume ka current last time kwa na soldier for na e patrol or say omo ma say ni opportunity so omo so light na ma obia ho turns.
Those people who are caring for these street lights and they have to manage, the government to come into this or no, even not in particular this place but the whole of the country street light where this because if the street light is gone, if something bad is going on, at least somebody somewhere can see what is going on.
Tama kufoye Medina to the Tetakwasi runabout the year. Me who say light biana so da. Me who say street light biana so da. Who kakwa kwan say the one here na the wo bomoto. The biana the make say the ye na me the kwan so na doba for. Or say the one nam kwan so a wo beto the wo ase. He said e kwan so yotum one here is sia na the wo bekum nipa.
will be a hoodie, we can say, Medina, and it will chum. Twelve born, Emma, Miana, the family, and the quarter to 7. To say the Davans were, and I'm saying, Natalia and the Shillington. A quan should be a madam, they be a light off.
Next was the Accra Tema motorway. Here, the team noticed that some street lights that were fixed from the Tetekwashi interchange towards the motorway were off. This pattern ran through till a few meters before the toll booth, where the functioning street lights could be counted. From the toll booth, just about 3 street lights were working, then everything went black. Intermittently, a number of street lights would show up, with a few dysfunctional ones, till we got close to the road that leads to the Tema Community 18 junction, where the streets lit up again. Some taxi drivers who transport passengers into adjoining communities, including 18, 20, and 22 from that runabout, shared their frustrations.
Motorway light in any humanity. Yeah, pray and light and see on Bay from a cram or honomwa bepim manet. Ben unam honomwa baby beer to. And this our light in Mritica cray be pay, Anjabu Boni, but the same motorway no so. Nipa cross or so anyhow. To your least mistake will be bonipa. To light in it dear. From Hanomokunina, Makuma according to Moka can almost say, go for to where you be near the day, and so you whom the echo. Accident normally we say Nipa Kumia because of bonipa and Yadia Obejina. Or Bako. And as a cabin to do and him as a car and it light in Yadumape. We list over Kako Bonito. The accident in a year and every bed by the year. Light in almost see ya be drew as so have 300 more bad dear. Light in near baby, I to Piano dear, a hooper serious.
And now, what does he age, Mahan?
I know police for what I've observed so far is street lights no around it helps a lot because first on Nanka won't say your job bag or your job phone, what is about. Say light in here open, sir, and I say very clear. Or be obeyed bonnet, no, he doesn't get access. I don't know, say street lights, no, man read the budget and come say 100, say come say, and I don't know.
As you see a light in the baba, then check the ana cough. A cough, ness and rubber force tata. That to me happens, line be or I Juma line be so one night,
I think that if you highlight around here, it's okay. You can all hear me, darknet. So if you are come from what we said, someone want to do something with you, you don't see the person. But if you let there, the time you are there, no, you saw the person.
The tour continued through Sakumono to Teshi as well as Labadi. On this route, not a single street light could be found on the main road. The Sakumono road was mostly lighted by the traffic lights on the road, but at Teshi, on the bush road, there was barely any light because the sides of the roads were mostly overgrown with bushes. All through the Labadi Beach Hotel area to the Accra High Street, lined up on the streets were several street lights which were mounted without power. A few lights from the new court complex and the Supreme Court lighted up the streets a little, but after that, the entire stretch was pitch black. These residents who reside around the Accra High Street had this to say.
How this place is by this time, it is getting to 10 o'clock now, but this place is very dark. It is very bad for this environment should be here by this time So like it's very, very bad at this time of day that you can see. Once this place is leading to the Supreme Court over there, it's very bad. They should do their much effort, everything they can do as possible, that they fix all the bulbs, even the street pole are there, but the lights are not on always. I don't know.
This evening we were just discussing about what is happening. We were passing and the car just came to pass. And doing this without no lights, street lights, might even cause accidents. Because if I'm crossing the road right now, so far as there's no lights, a car coming from the far can't see me. So to that, it can even cause road accidents. It's very bad. I don't even understand how come like we have a big places which are around, we have our elderly people passing, they are not making any effort. It's very bad.
It's hard too much. One year careful pay, I'm the due. Mrs. People, and then I want about Bango. On so that's a never, Petran apron say. Apron say, no, this can coin our money send. Mitina, when you were man and one in Danny farm, Miss Cylinder Mafa. On Tuesday, the following Wednesday, I'm fan. And not 2 days in poor means. And Timantiman to be. And I'm the use of report. I'm Uncle to hold the answer of a fan, Nipper Bakum, Behun. It's answer Hannah, I assume, to be a noir or Behun. I'm boy and lighting.
Our next stop was the Achimota Forest Enclave. From the roundabout that leads into the forest road to the area where the police station is located, all through to Christian Village, no street lights had been mounted. Our final stop was the Ofankor barrier. Here, there were mounted street lights, but they were all off. The road was dark all through, and the only lights that could be seen were those from the traffic lights and vehicle headlights. Here are highlights of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign Team's tour of some key areas in the capital left in complete darkness. Of course, we couldn't cover every major road covered in darkness here in the capital of Accra. But this is just to give you a fair idea how bad the situation is. Question is, what are authorities like the National Road Safety Authority and the Ghana Highway Authority doing to fix the situation? Or is it just another case of waiting till elections to get it fixed? Lighting on our roads is possible, and authorities need to sit up and get it fixed. I am Wandami Hagan, reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
We're deeply humbled and recognize that this achievement has only been possible with the support and contributions of so many before us who have toiled and built the foundation upon which we stand today. It is our fervent belief that businesses exist today for reasons beyond financial returns. This is what has fueled our consistent commitment to invest in education, health, and economic empowerment through the MTN Foundation with over 187 projects since inception. Thank you once again for joining us today to celebrate this major milestone in the history of MTN and for your role in making the past 25 years a memorable and worthy story. Enjoy the rest of the celebrations and remember the future is not bright, but it is bright yellow. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question your presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he
No,
did.
but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
His Excellency the President assigned me to represent him in Greater Accra region. After assuming office as a regional minister, I initiated the Let's Make Accra Work project to basically give impetus to the President's vision to make Accra the cleanest city and ensure that as leaders and citizens, we all play our roles to make that vision a reality. The objective of sanitation thrust of this project is to maintain a high level of cleanliness within the Greater Accra metropolitan area to prevent the outbreak of infectious diseases, protect public health, and the environment. The specific objectives are to promote clean and green environment within the Greater Accra region, enhance effective public cleansing and waste collection at markets, lorry parks, beaches, and green open spaces, promote effective public education and law enforcement on cleanliness. For the guaranteed success and sustainability of these projects, we are employing a collective approach by involving all stakeholders to achieve this vision. Hence, the tagline, I need you, you need me. You would agree with me that the government has made a lot of gains and successes in the area of sanitation, which has impacted on the health and general well-being of the populace. Notwithstanding, it is quite disheartening to see that these efforts to keep the city clean do not even yield much results because of unavailability of trucks and logistics. Therefore, the unveiling of these initial 100 trucks out of a 500 will serve as a great boost to our campaign and other similar initiatives across the country. Today's program confirms the need for government to continue to engage with the private sector to develop sustainable solutions to national problems. We will continue to partner Zoom Lion to provide quality service to our communities, especially within the Greater Accra region. I must, however, quickly add that the citizenry must also play their roles and avoid littering and dumping of refuse indiscriminately. Mr. President, if you permit me, with the collaboration of the Regional Coordinating Council in the Greater Accra, very soon the assemblies will be supported and pass the bylaw which we'll call Operation Clean Your Frontage. Everybody will be responsible for their frontage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that all these initiatives and the logistical boosts will not yield the desired results if we do not put in extra efforts to change people's attitudes towards the environment. It is therefore important to engage in constant education, enforcement of our bylaws, and also having all hands on deck. And I must say, Accra indeed will work.
There were some reports saying you had personal interest.
It wasn't about me thinking about taking that project. I have a bigger project than what they are doing.
So you have no personal interest in
No,
that?
I don't do government contract.
Fix the Country has also been very popular.
It is not even about fix the country, it's about save the nation. Cement was 30 cities or 35 cities, today it's 50 cities. Nobody is talking. And you're talking about fix the country. Which country do you have to fix?
So do you think the hair issue, shouldn't have been even discussed because someone's rights were being trampled on?
I mean, the whole country discussing Rasta hair. Is the hair going to steady or the head?
Have you taken the vaccine already?
No.
You've not?
No.
Is it a personal choice or?
No. What is there to take? Where have we? You see, we Africans, we are dumb. Look at the president come and sit down to launch a $2.5 million waste management company. Oh, serious?
I think it was a waste of time.
I don't know. We have reduced this country to zero.
Reverend, I just wanted to find out from you. So on Monday, the Human Rights Court ruled for the two Achimota students, the Rastafarian students, to be admitted back into the school. What's your take on that?
Yes, as a country, we have chosen democracy for ourselves. And democracy thrives on strong institutions, including our law court. And therefore, when an individual or a group send an issue to the court and the court gives a ruling, whether it's in your favor or not, we must all abide by that. That is how we will be able to strengthen our institutions and grow our democracy. So first, I would say all of us, those who are in favor, those who are not happy, must abide by the court ruling. Having said that, let me say that when I was in secondary school, the school population, all of us, were nowhere near 1,000. Today, I happen to chair Prempeh College board for some number of years. There are secondary schools with 2,000 students, 3,000 students in Ghana. Now, I ask myself, if even you are managing 4 children, how is it? And you ask school management to manage 3,000 students. Now, if we push ourselves to the realm of individual rights, that I ask you, don't go to town, you say, it's against my human right, you go to court, you get judgment, you come. So I allow you to go to court. The other person, eat, I won't eat, it's against my individual human right. You go to court, you get judgment, so you don't eat. You come to class, you are late, that's against my human right, you dare not talk, I go to court. I mean, if we do this, what I call piecemeal solutions in academic institutions. We must know that we are trending on very slippery grounds. We will get to a point it will be extremely difficult for school management bodies to run academic institutions. I will wish that the Ghana Education Service would appeal to the judgment, but before that, maybe they talk to their lawyers, if their lawyers will advise them to do so. But instead of using the piecemeal, the other day it was Muslim students who were calling for something. Then you solve Muslim fasting. Now Rastafari, you solve that. The next day you don't know where to come from. Maybe those who are wearing earring, you solve that. The next day we don't know where the next. The piecemeal solutions to challenges in our academic institution will not help us. We need a more comprehensive program. So now I would suggest that the Ghana Education Service must come out that if you are in academic institution, this is how you can live and practice your faith. You can do X, Y, Z. You can do A, B, C, D. So that we all abide by it. Yet the situation has changed. When I was in school, the school I experienced is not what I'm witnessing today. So let us respond to the change and see how we can work towards unity, have a national cohesion. But I feel that if we leave individuals to continue to go to court for their individual human right answers and come and live in academic institution, we are gradually tightening the hands of the very people we want them to help develop and form our young people for us in academic institutions.
Marvin, do you think that sets a very bad precedent, in terms of initially they went to court, they were not granted. Now they were now allowed to formally go to court. Now the judge has ruled on the situation. Now the board, the new development is the board has now said they will appeal the case. What's your thoughts on that?
Now, let us respect the ruling. So for now, there's a court judgment. So let's respect it. I said earlier on that I wish GS, depending on the advice their legal advisors will give, may appeal. But if whether they will do that or not is a different thing. If you ask me the question you are asking me, I would have wished that this issue had not even gone to court. But GS will come out with some guidelines as to how do you practice faith in academic institution. Because now that is where the challenge is coming from. It's not only the Achimota Rastafari. We've heard Wesley girls, and we've had St. Augustine, and on and on and on. So if the case must continue in terms of appeal, yes. If we've come to the end of the road, yes. But I will still use your platform to advise Ghana Education Service to come out with guidelines as to how do you practice your faith in academic institution. We have rights, but this country cannot enact laws to suit individuals. We must also have the collective interest in mind, and we must also keep school management board in mind because they have a task to perform. Formation of our young people is as important as individual right. And we must not get to a point where school management will feel that we've got to a point where managing students because of their individual rights have become so complex to the point that they want to throw in the towel. If we get to that point, it will also not serve the national interests of this country.
Okay. Reverend, so let's just come briefly to the boys. They've had a very long few months, almost close to 6 months of this issue going on. From your point of view and your expertise, do you think they will need some kind of psychological help? Because I'm sure it's a very, very torrid and very traumatic experience they've gone through.
At their age, it's expected. But they have achieved something. Whether they will end up in Achimota or whatever. It's a big achievement. It's not the best thing that should have happened to them, but for these young people and their parents to go to court and win a case against Attorney General, it's a big thing. It's an experience. It's a foundation that they can build on in future. But I've heard some of them on the various media platforms, their feelings, and I will wish we parents and others also spend time with them, because they must be frustrated. They must be confused. And in seeing their friends, others in school, and they are going to court, at this stage, that should not have been their experience. So they need everybody's support. They need our prayers. They need our encouragement. Yes, but we wish them well. Who knows? Someday they are becoming some legal giants that this country may need. They have experience, and now encourage them that they build on the foundation that they have built and achieved, even though it's unfortunate. But in life, such things do happen. We wish them well. I pray and hope that what has happened will not disturb their academic future. And if they must land at Achimota, they must be accepted and loved. If for some good reasons the parents feel that we are done with Achimota is chapter 1, now let's find another school. That's also a different thing.
Reverend, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
I'm encouraged by the evolution of the telecoms market over the years, and MTN has made an invaluable contribution to it. Hello has become yellow. You were a distant third in 1996, but you're now the market leader. You've done well in your business. You've been deliberate on delivering on your mandate to the best of your ability. MTN zero-rated educational sites for thousands of educational sites enabled our young people to study and learn remotely, amongst other innovations that you pioneered. As government works to deepen digitalization in a more sustainable way, we look forward to greater industry collaboration and partnerships with you to move the Ghanaian telecoms market into the forefront of the African continent. Thank you for your attention.
Ghana is facing a serious shortage of housing for the increasing population demanding a place to lay their heads. The national housing deficit is in excess of 2 million housing units, with 60% of the population seeking help from the government to get houses. This was revealed by the Works and Housing Minister, Mr. Francis Asenso Boachi, in April this year. The scariest part of this revelation was that 35% of the 60 would not be able to access housing even with the government support. Experts say we need 170,000 housing units annually to make up the shortfall. 2 months ago, an online protest erupted with the hashtag Occupy Saglemi, which called on the government to give access to the over 1,000 completed housing units at the Saglemi Affordable Housing Project in Prampram. We will talk to one of the proponents of the Occupy Saglemi protest after this break. My name is Ni Akwe, and this is The Lowdown. Thank you for joining us on The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe. Our guests ran for president in 2012 and 2020 respectively with the People's National Convention PNC and the All People's Congress APC. He is the founder of APC, an accountant by profession, entrepreneur and politician. Welcome, Hassan Ayarga. Welcome to The Lowdown.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. So you said in your popular hashtag Occupy Saglemi video, and I quote, Ghanaians who are ready, I am giving the government 1 month to work on this. If not, Ghanaians should move and start living in these homes. Just come and occupy, come and occupy. It's past 1 month since you made the popular video. Do you still stand by this statement, or it was just a populist outburst as the government described it at the time?
Thank you very much. I think that listening to your earlier submission about the challenges in the deficits of housing in Ghana, you mentioned the minister said it was 2 million housing deficit.
Yes, the minister said that in a press conference after your video.
That is not true. The minister needs to come up with better figures. It was 5 million housing deficit. Now it's shot up to 7. So the minister should know that it's now 7 million housing deficit.
Can you share
and that is even when you don't integrate all the people in the housing challenges to it. Because there are many people who live in the north, western part and eastern part that we do not take into consideration the population census to add the difficulties they find with regards to housing to the research that we've made so far. So I want to put it on record. It's not 2 million and it's over 5 million. Now, going back to the Saglema issue.
But I think it would be important to share your source with us so that we'll know. And
statistics. Go and check from the statistical background that this information is there. Is there. It's not about, it's not a hidden figures. You read and you see it. Now, if going back to Saglema issue, the Saglema issue was not just by chance for me to go there to come out with the issues. I went there because myself, I bought 50 acres of land and I'm putting up a housing project there. And the community complained to me about military taking their lands and trying to use their powers to take more of the land from them. And even the issue of Saglema, when they gave to government, they have not gotten anything out of that. So I decided to go there to look at what, because as I was there, the noise was too much. You see glasses hitting one another as if there were some spirit in the building shaking those glasses. I gave government 30 days to do something. Immediately after the video, they sent military and policemen to go and occupy the place. Not occupying, but to go and guide the place so that nobody will get there. A week later, media houses were storming that places and they were prevented from going there. Now, I had some few calls, conversation with seat of government, and they promised that they were doing another costing on the amount of money needed to finish up the project for people to be able to occupy. And if you listen to the minister that day when he said, he mentioned $32 million. And that government needed another $32 million to make the place a very conducive environment for people to be able to occupy.
They said they had problems with water
and electricity. But if you go there, you will see that the main source of water just is right in front of there. And high tension and all those things, there's lies there. So I don't know why, with $32 million, I can build another property like that. $32 million is not 32 million Ghana cedis. Okay. So even before I came here, I had a conversation with them, and they were saying that they are getting a second opinion to see if they can cut down the cost from $32 million to come down. I said, but all these while, it's 1 month now, and they've engaged surveyors, government surveyors and other surveyors to do another estimate and costing on how. So, but, and another source I heard is that they want to give it to the military. And I told them that, look, there is no way you give that property to the military. It's not for the military. It's for the people of Ghana. It's affordable housing. When you give it out to the military, that means that you have abused the essence of that project. Make it affordable. It's supposed to be $40,000. Say, okay, any Ghanaian who wants to occupy the property pay $10,000 deposit, and then we spread the rest of the $30,000, maybe 10 years, 5 years for us to pay. Then you come, if you're an ordinary worker, you come with your pay slip and all that document that shows that you are not rich, you are just an ordinary worker who earns below or above certain amount of money that you can afford to pay. Yeah. This is how we do it in other jurisdictions.
Okay.
So that it becomes affordable to those who can afford. Not that we sell it, we give it back to the military. If we give it back to the military, it's not a military housing project. It's not a military housing project.
Okay, so soon we'll come to how best we could utilize these facilities for the poor. But let's go back to the events that happened and the events that brought this issue to the fore. Did you get phone calls after the video, or did you get any indication that you should back down and not continue with your protest?
I got phone calls. I had one-on-one meetings with others.
Yeah.
Telling me that they are taking on. There were some issues of corruption allegations from the previous government with regards to the awards of contract. It was supposed to be 5,000 homes and they built 1,003. They gave me details of what happened and the amount. $200 million has been spent. Instead of building 5,000 homes, it was 1,300 homes that were built. And that has been the issue that they have been struggling to find a solution to it. And that is why that place has been the way it is.
Was it convincing enough?
Not at all. That's what I said. Look, as a businessman, I don't think I will spend money paying $6 million every 6 months. No, $12 million every 6 months to finance that loan. That's how much government is paying. And then you abandon it with the excuse that there's some corruption allegation on the matter. Deal with the corruption allegation and then allow the properties to be put into good use so that you can raise money to pay the loan or to pay the facility that you took from whatever country it is to build. Now you are not paying the loan, we are not making good use of it, and we are having what to compounded interest, and the loan is being increased on daily basis because you are not paying. When you don't pay accumulated interest, it comes with penalties. So what's the essence of what you are doing?
Yeah.
Let the aspect of corruption allegations be dealt with the Office of the Attorney General. They should deal with that. And let the Office of Works and Housing handle the matter. Because when you took over government, you had money. You had places where you didn't have money. You didn't say because you have money, let's leave the money issue and deal with where we don't have money. Or you didn't say because we didn't have money in some certain jurisdiction, but you took the money and took challenges. So you deal with it. You fix all. That is why you say fix the country. Because you made a promise that you were coming to fix it. So fix it.
Yeah.
You don't give us excuses that corruption allegations and whatever. Nobody cares about that. Yeah. You've been given the power to fix the country. Whether some were corrupt or not, it is your duty to make sure that the country is fixed. So why do you think that we should accept such an excuse?
Yeah, you had a lot of support in this.
I still have that support, even up to now.
Yeah, and
people are registering.
There were some reports saying you had personal interest in this crusade that you were on. That because you're doing your own housing on the side, you would want to receive some form of contract or something around
No, not at all. I, as a businessman and a person who understands the value for money, I will not allow such property to go to waste. Don't forget, it's not a property of John Mahama or Nana Akufo-Addo. It's the property of you and I. Our taxpayers' money. So when people are not showing leadership, somebody must show leadership. That's the problem. They were not showing leadership. And that is what I'm presenting, leadership. That's the difference between they and I. So it wasn't about me thinking about taking that project. I have a bigger project than what they are doing. Mine is going to be state-of-the-art kind of project, even though it's not going to be that affordable like they are doing, but it's going to be an interesting housing project.
So you have no personal interest in
that?
No,
I don't even want. I don't do government contract.
Yeah.
First of all, I've never executed government contract the whole of my life. I'm a businessman. I don't believe in government contracts. I believe in you creating your own jobs okay, being an innovative and a creative leader who creates jobs and creates businesses. That is what I do. So for me, even if the devil is president, I don't care. I only care because of Ghanaians, but it will not affect my business.
So what accounted for your silence? I mean, since
I've been traveling. Yeah. That is number one. Number two, when we had that discussion, and then they said that these were the issues, and I told them, do A, B, and C. I will have to give them time. I've been getting calls from various media houses, from individuals who wants me to lead the crusade for them to go and occupy. But I say, give them time. All we want is the property to be put into good use.
So how much time do
not
you
the
want?
hula baloo.
Yeah. So how much time do you want?
Yeah, they've given me. I mean, by next month we should see something. Yes, by next month we should see something.
So
I mean, we're not giving them all the time.
Okay.
We're not giving them all the time.
So you're not also looking at. I mean, is there any legal avenue to go on this issue?
Yes, we considered that, but we decided that let's back off small, allow that excuse from them to end, and then we can take up legal actions against misappropriation of funds and abuse of government resources.
Okay. We'll be coming soon to discuss Fix the Country and see how best we could fix this country. This is The Lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe. We'll be back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the break. My name is Nia Akwe. This is The Lowdown, and our guest, Hassan Ayarga. So we're discussing the housing issue and how the crusade will continue from next month, where we'll be occupying Sagleme. And Fix the Country has also been very popular lately, and we've had issues, there's court cases, there's question of police intervention, and all these issues coming up. And we could see how protests are being attacked or are being dealt with in the country. So if you say next month they're occupying Sagleme, are you not afraid of these forces that could stop the people from doing anything like that?
Fix the Country came as a result of Sagleme. We brought up the Fix the Country. But the issue of Fix the Country, I've said on different platforms that it is not even about fix the country, it's about save the nation. There is no country to fix. We have to save the nation first. See, take every sector of this country, our economy, sector by sector, and you will see that Ghanaians do not have control of anything. We are 21st century slaves in our own country. So the country doesn't belong. The only aspect that belongs that we are managing, even that we are only the drivers, but there's a force behind is the presidency. Now, take the mining sector, foreigners. Take the banking sector, it's over by foreigners. Take the oil sector, taken over by foreigners. Take even retail trading, iron rods, cement factories and all that, all by foreigners. Show me one sector that is managed by Ghanaians. Recently, I put up another video about the increment of iron rods and cement without justification, 85% increment. There's a company by name B5, after building the biggest plant in Africa decided just to increase the prices of their product by 85. And I called the seat of government and I asked them, are you people serious? You are in this country, you are the president and you are the government of the day. And retailers have taken control of your country. You don't have what we call pricing guarantee system. I have said all this in my manifesto. We need a price guarantee system to determine whatever commodity is in the market, put in the market. There must be a pricing system. You don't just get up and increase prices of goods and services because you want. Because you are paying taxes. There must be a tax component or whatever you are selling to know how much you should sell and how much you should not. But P5 got up one day, increased iron rod from 3,000 to 5,000. And nobody said anything. Cement was 30 cedis or 35 cedis. Today it's 50 cedis. Nobody is talking. And you're talking about fix the country. Which country do you have to fix? You need to say, because foreigners and, how do I call it, have taken over your country. And they make decisions. They quote prices. They run the country for you. You don't do anything. You have nothing, practically nothing.
But would it be fair to say foreigners have taken the country and
of
all
course.
the economy? Because
look,
these people are also contributing to
what are
the
they
economy
contributing?
of the
Hold on. Look at our lands.
Yeah.
Let me just take you to the normal way. Normal Ghanaians, where do they live? Agogoshi, Kaswa, Nima, Mamubi. Look at those environments.
Most of them are settlers. So.
Now look at the foreigners where they live. East Legon, Trazako, Manette, what do you call it? Rich, Laboni. This is our country, but look at where we live. Slums. And you think the country belongs to us? All these huge companies in this country, these big companies, MTN, name them, owned by country. Where are the indigents? Look at our farmlands. Chinese have taken over our farmlands today and farming and exporting products from here. What do? We are slaves, 21st century slaves in our own country.
Employed by the foreigners.
Employed by and beaten and killed by foreigners. Chinese, at the mining side, are using weapons, guns, to shoot your sisters and brothers. And we are teaching them how to evade taxes. Look at the MTN. Every day increasing tariffs. You buy credit, you make call, nothing. You buy, what do you call it, data, 1 month data, you only get to use 10 days. The rest of the 20 days, waste. Nobody is saying anything. Are we serious? Who is managing this? Who is running this country? So people can just do anything and get away with it.
Do we blame ourselves or we blame the foreigners?
Blame the leadership. Because we're not leading. We're not serious. We don't know where we are going. We're not competent enough to call ourselves leaders. We don't care. We don't just... Look at June 3rd disaster. What have we learned from it? I made a video yesterday. Go and see. All over, filled. Gutters. We are paying billions and millions of dollars to companies called waste management companies. Yet our streets and our gutters are so dirty to the extent that we don't even know what we are doing. President just launched 100 vehicles and had to do a whole setup of fanfare just to launch Chinese Zoomline vehicles. Come on. 100 vehicles. How much is 100 vehicles? $3 million.
So they're coming to augment the ones that are
$3 million. The amount of money they spent in doing that fanfare was more than the $3 million. If one car is $30,000, 1,000 Zoomline, what do you call it, waste management, Chinese motorbikes, I call them, or tricycles, I call them, that they brought to do waste. It's about $30,000, $25,000. 100 of them is about $2.5 million. And they took the president come and sit down to launch a $2.5 million waste management company. Oh, serious.
Think it was a waste of time?
I don't know. We have reduced this country to zero. When you don't have anything to do, everything becomes a job.
So where do we move from here?
Yeah, we have to change leadership.
And people are still voting for the same leaders.
Yeah, that is why that's a problem too. We are causing that. You see, when they are in opposition, they make good promises. When they come to power, those promises become excuses. So if they give you that excuse, you also give them excuse by voting them out. And look for those who are serious. The mere fact that the NDC and the NPP very huge platform does not guarantee good leadership, quality leadership. That's what has, over the years, we've been.
So are your promises not good enough? Is it that you're not doing, working hard
it's not that
enough?
my promise is not good. I am not giving money. I don't have money to waste on people to vote for me. And that is why our country is corrupt. We allow monetization to take over our conscience in terms of voting. The NDC and the MPP will come and bribe monies and give goodies, and we vote. And then we expect them to do things. How are they going to do when they've already sold what they are supposed to use to do in development to you by giving you 20 cities? I am not giving you 20 cities, I'm giving you leadership. It is money against leadership. You choose one. But Ghanaians prefer now. They don't think about the future. If we're thinking about the future, we will not be where we are. Because we don't have a future. So when you talk about fixed country, I don't know what is there to fix. The country is not even there. It's not in our hands. How do you fix something that is not with you? Because every day, whatever is happening, the dollar is determined not by us. The CD, not by us. The market trends, not by us. The indicators, we don't do anything. We don't export. We don't manufacture. We don't do anything. We only import and even toothpick we import. So how serious are we in the 21st century when countries are producing and manufacturing and sustaining their economy? We are importing, even rice. We spend over $1.2 billion every year to import rice. Over $800 million to import common tomatoes, ketchup. $700 million to import chicken. Fish, $750 million. We have the sea here, but we import fish. We have farmlands, yet we import poultry. So you see, we don't know what we are doing.
So is there any hope at all?
Where is the hope? The only hope available is to remove the NDC and the MPP. That's the only day that we have hope.
It's not happening.
It's going to happen.
How soon?
Very soon.
The next election?
Then we'll see. Let's keep praying that the Ghanaian people, you see, what they do to us is that it's just like you catch a guinea fowl or a hen and you remove all the feathers and then it's bleeding. Then you start to throw grains to it. It will start coming to you. That's what they do with you, the voters. They starve you until you cry, you can't stand anymore. When it's getting to election, they start throwing monies, and then you now start voting, shouting, NDC, MPP, Kukudu. How on earth will you see an elephant in somebody's house and it will work?
Yeah. Anyway, so
and if you have an umbrella, the only time you need an umbrella where it's raining, and when it's not raining, you'll be holding umbrella every day. These two things.
Well, we've been visited by coronavirus, which is making things difficult, and all the problems we've mentioned, coronavirus has made it worse, and people are screaming.
You think so?
Yes. Have you taken the vaccine already?
No.
You've not?
No.
Is it a personal choice or?
No. What is there to take? Where have we? You see, we Africans, we are dumb. A white man will never give you something first when it's too good before himself. Never. They've produced all those vaccines. Tell me how many of these white countries have started taking the vaccine?
They are taking the vaccine?
Yes. Is it the same like what you are taking? They are testing their own and they are killing you. Ghana is the first African country to take the vaccine, right? The president went and they gave him malaria vaccine, and you call it corona vaccine. That was not corona vaccine. I'm sure he took malaria vaccine.
Is that a fact or that's just an opinion?
Politics for you.
Politics.
But
I'm sure you don't. you can't really have any evidence to prove that you didn't take the coronavirus vaccine.
I hear you. I have not taken the vaccine till date. Let them take. We will stay alive.
Well, that's very dangerous because
I'm not. There's nothing to take.
People have died out of the coronavirus, and the vaccine is
the vaccine is not a cure. Don't you know that?
Yes, but at least it's saving people. It's giving you some chances.
What chances? It only boosts the immune system according to them.
Yeah.
According to them. But if you have a perfect immune system, what do you need a vaccine for?
And you think you have a perfect immune system?
Have you heard that there's issue of corruption with this vaccine thing? Billions of dollars have gone into somebody's pocket to buy a vaccine of $3 and they are now paying $30.
So it was a vaccine of $10.
Yeah, they're paying $30.
They are ready to pay $19, but the money hasn't been sent yet. So we are still working, and the government wants to buy.
If government is worried about us, vaccine is not the one that is killing us. Poverty is killing us. Hunger, strike is killing us. Water, we can't get good water to drink. We can't get 3 square meters. That is what is killing us. Not the vaccine, the money they spend in vaccine. They should build a strong economy, a sustainable one, that people can survive. We'll buy our own vaccines. You think government is helping you in buying the vaccine? When we went into lockdown, how many of the states, of the constituencies, regions did we support? 2 regions. We locked down only 2 regions, and we could not support the 2 regions. Even the 2 regions were struggling to give 500,000 Ghanaians food, and people have to come to the street. What have we learned from it? No food security till date. So if there's another disaster that is going to hit us, we are going to die. The first lesson, we don't learn. We don't learn lessons in anything we do. We push it after it's gone, and then we keep moving. And we are not even moving, we are moving backward. Ghana has gone backward over the years. Sorry, but I tell you, if foreigners have even helped us, if they were not here, we would have killed each other.
I think you would have become a very controversial president if you had won the election.
Yeah, I would have become the best president if I won the best.
By not taking the vaccines.
I will lock down Ghana and Africa. And we have to begin to think and manufacture our own food, produce our own food, manufacture our own cars and everything that the white can do. That is the challenge. The challenge is that what makes them do things that we cannot do? Why do we keep copying? And who has ever copied to become number 1? Why do we keep copying every day in things? Why can't we be that creative and innovative to do our own thing? Let's assume that if I become president, I'm going to tell Ghanaians, first day, one thing, let's believe that there's no other country around us, only Ghana. What are we going to do to survive? No import, nothing, just lock down the borders. Let's produce our food, manufacture everything in this country, give the young ones the best education, the best vision, the best policies. Change their educational curricula from reading and writing exams to pass into being more creative and innovative, okay, and do things better. Look, if they lock all of us here, we are how many? 7? Okay. No, let's say we are 10. Not so that nobody knows the number of people in this room. And we are locked, and we know that nobody is coming out to help us to unlock this place. We'll find a way of getting out of here. But the moment we believe there's some people down there come up, we'll sit here until somebody comes. That's how African people behave. Nkrumah said we are capable of managing our own affairs. No, it's not true. We are only capable of managing our own affairs if there are no other opportunities available to us. That's the only time we are capable. But the black man will never use his brain. He only begins to use his brain when he thinks that there's nobody, any other opportunity for him. But once he knows there's a way out, he will sit for that way to come.
So it's better to lock down the borders, keep the people in there, stop imports.
Yes,
stop Pan-Africanism. Stop
for some people to go to heaven, others must go to hell. Do you understand this then? For us to survive, we have to sacrifice a lot of things. For us to get to where we are, we need to do a whole lot of things. I will step on toes. It could be my brother's toe, it could be my sister's toe, it could be my friend's toe. But I will have to step on toe to build Ghana, irrespective of who I'm stepping on the toe. But we have to begin to understand that this is the only country we have. Look, in the next 10 years, your children will be slaves. Sorry, you and I, our children will be slaves in this country. Like I said, we don't have a country. The foreigners are taking over every sector, gradually. And I'm being serious about this thing. The next thing they are going to do, the only thing we have is the presidency. And even the presidency, go there and see that when there's an appointment for whites and blacks, the whites get to see the president before the black people. That is number one. Number two, they are sponsoring all the political parties now. If the whites are so smart, that is why I said that when I become president, I will change the passports. If they become so smart and they decide to finance one of theirs, to run for the presidency of the Republic of Ghana, the next person will be a white man. Very easy. Chinese have taken over gradually police stations. They are now becoming policemen in various countries. They are giving loans, taking over all the properties and mining companies, mining sectors of most African countries. It's a form of neocolonialism. They are taking over your country, giving you loans, $10 billion loans, $5 billion loans. They know you can't pay. So they are using your assets as collateral, gradually going to grab them in the future to come, and you are going to be slaves in your own country.
That's quite interesting, and we're still on the lowdown. We'll be back after this break.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe. We've had an exciting conversation with Hassan Ayaga, two-time presidential candidate, and he's talking about fix the country. He says it's rather save the country because there's nothing to fix. And I'm sure a lot of people would also disagree with you because they think the country has grown from somewhere, a point, to where we are now. There's been development, no matter what you expect. And it's just little things that need to be fixed, from the economy, from leadership, from the laws, and every other thing. But if you say there's nothing to fix but to save means something is dying.
Yeah.
And you need to take it back up.
Yeah, it's to save means something you don't have. You have to get it back. When you save it, then you can fix it. For instance, water is taking away your car, and you are saying that the engine is not running, so you are inside the car trying to spark the car. You have to save the car first and bring it out of the water. Then you can now work on the engine. But if you are inside the car with the water, you say you want to start, the engine is not working, you want to fix the car inside the water. What have you done?
Yeah. But
so now let's go back to the fix.
So the fix the country, those who
are shouting fix the country after we came out with the fix the country. There are two groups of people who have taken over the fix the country. The first is the NDC group. That's it. Fix the country, shouting and shouting. I want to refresh my mind and think backwards. 4 years ago, which party was in power? NDC, right?
But I'll disagree
I'm coming.
Those who are shouting at NDC because
I'm coming. I'll get there out. There are two groups. I said there are two groups.
Okay, so the first one is the NDC.
The first one is the NDC group shouting fix the country, fix the country. And the second group is the ordinary Ghanaians. I'll come there.
Okay.
I want to deal with the NDC first, then I'll come to you, the ordinary ones who are also shouting, fix the country. And I'll tell you your problems too. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, NDC was in power. The roads that they are crying that they should fix it was still the same roads they took over, inherited, they didn't fix. The issue of water and sanitation, they had power 8 years, they could not fix it. The issue of 3 square meals for Ghanaian people, they could not fix it. The issue of housing project, they couldn't fix it. The issue of hospitals without beds, they didn't fix it. The issue of accommodation and the issue of production, manufacture, industrialization, they didn't fix it. Now, they stand somewhere and they start shouting, fix the country, fix the country. When you got the country, what did you fix? You didn't fix the country. So they are shouting because they want power. Not because they are better. No. They are not better. The people just took it from you. So you failed yourself. You couldn't fix the country. You messed up. So stop shouting, fix the country. Let other people shout. Now let me go back to the issue of ordinary people like you. 3 months, 5 months ago, we all came we went to the polls. We were shouting, NDC and MPP cannot fix the country. We said it on several platforms. NDC and MPP are destroying this country. I, for instance, said it on various platforms. You kept quiet. You took your 2020 CDs and you voted for them. Now you are shouting, fix the country. 6 months ago, didn't you know they couldn't fix the country? You would give them the power 5 months ago. So who will be hypocritical here? The same rules you are shouting they should fix did not just started deteriorating like 6 months ago. They were never fixed 20 years ago. The issue of water and sanitation was never fixed 20 years ago. But you gave them power 5 years ago. Now we told you that they can't fix the country. You said, no, let's give it to them again. Now you gave it to them 5 months, then you come and shout, fix the country, fix the country. So you took the 20, put back the 20 Ghana cedi to them and tell them to fix the country.
So you think the ordinary Ghanaians are being hypocritical?
Yes. Yes. It was not only NDC and MPP that were running for the race of presidency. There were other political parties that were. APC was there, other political. And we told you, we actually exposed the leadership of the NDC and the MPP to you. And we told them, over the years, they've taken you people for granted. 65 years now, or is it 67 years? What have we gotten to?
So you're disappointed?
Very disappointed in all of you.
But you had said during your campaign period that people should waste their votes on you.
Exactly. Because you wasted on NDC and MPP and we are not getting any results.
Yeah.
Rather waste it on me and see the results that you get. It was some kind of a campaign strategy. If we have wasted our vote on NDC and MPP and we are not getting results, and NDC and MPP will tell you that if you waste your vote on Hassan Ayariga, he will not do anything. Waste that vote and let's see what will happen. Rather waste it on Hassan Ayariga, and better than wasting on NDC and MPP that have not achieved anything over the years. Nobody hates NDC and MPP, but we hate their leadership. Their leadership haven't taken us anywhere. When you see an NDC man shouting or MPP man shouting, you know why they are shouting? That we are in opposition and our pockets are dry. Come on. So you go to government to steal so that your pocket will be wet. They are not talking about policies or issues, programs or visions that they can manage, change. They can. No, they are talking about we are in opposition, our pockets are dry. Can you imagine? If somebody thinks like this, how is the person going to fix the country for you?
This means you are not going to be part of any protest if it starts.
What protest?
I mean, fix the country protest.
When I'm done with Sagleme, fix the country project. Me, I'm not talking about fix. I'm saying save the nation. From who? From NDC and MPP. And even from the foreigners. Look, you don't know where we are going there. If you don't know where you're going, you never know when you get there. And that's our problem. We sit in the comfort of our homes and we believe that we are living in luxury. Yes, you are living like it. But when the poor ones becomes very hot, the vulnerable ones becomes very, very hot, they will come to your house. And you run and leave the luxurious house. If we don't fix the country properly. One day there will be a political revolution, and that political revolution will not save anybody. So the politicians should be very, very careful. Very, very careful. We have taken these people for granted. We have taken Ghanaians for granted. We don't, oh God, Ghanaians. It's sad. Look, if you sit down with these so-called politicians that are running this country and you listen to their argument on fixing this country, you will be so sad for Mother Ghana.
You know, these issues have come down to other issues, including this Rastafarian issue in the education sector. We had these issues about
if not a country that doesn't have a country that you don't know where you're going. How can how can somebody's hair be a topic of discussion the whole country are discussing when there are better things to discuss in the educational sector? The curriculum of education, the system of traffic light, red, yellow, blue, green. What kind of school is that? These are the things we should be discussing. How we are going to improve the education, how we're going to change the curriculum of education to suit the 21st century. Looking into production, manufacturing, industrialization, looking at STEM as a topic of discussion. These are things we need. We're going to sit down. You have nothing to discuss about somebody's hair. Who the fuck does somebody have got to do with politics?
So do you think the hair issue, shouldn't have been even discussed because someone's rights were being trampled on?
I mean, the whole country discussing Rasta hair. Is the hair going to steady or the head?
So they shouldn't have even taken it up.
Masa, the boy has hair, Rasta. The Rasta didn't write the exams. It's the guy who wrote the exams. So if he's qualified and the system played him, and he's going to Achimota, Achimota themselves are being hypocritical in one way. You allow whites to have their hair, their long hair, and they won't cut their hair. My daughters are in some of these schools. And then when they go to school, you tell them, our children to cut their hair. But the whites who come with from Germany, from Japan, with their long hair, they don't cut hair. Because their hair is special. Okay, because they are white. You see what I'm talking about? Save the nation, we don't have a nation. Whites are allowed in Achimota with long hair. But you and I, our children goes to Achimota and they said you cut their hair. So what is this? So just allow the Rasta guy to go and study and give us once and stop this.
So you would have gone to court too if it was your situation?
I don't want to talk about it. It's not a topic for discussion. Don't bring it to me. I have better things to discuss, please. Let's do something else.
Yeah. So culture of silence.
Yeah.
You think it's a better thing to discuss nationwide?
Culture of politicians. Some of them are there when they wet out their mouth and they keep quiet and things happen and nobody's talking. And when we see wrongdoings and we decide to keep quiet, it's part of culture of silence. But the worst part of culture of silence, when people are being brutalized, abused, because they voice out things that are necessary, and some people say that you have to shut up. It's happening in this government, that even when they criticize them, they don't take it in good faith. They turn it to war. And that is one aspect of their attitude I don't like. As a leader, you have to accept criticism in good faith. Because when people don't even criticize you, that means you're a fool. They don't regard you. When you are running a country and nobody is saying anything, it's very dangerous. You have to be careful. Because the people are preparing something different. But when the people begin to voice out, that means they want you to change. But when they are mute and nobody's talking, disaster is coming. Disaster is coming. I tell you. So if I was the MPP, I would rather encourage people to speak their mind, so that if I don't know where I'm going wrong, when people criticize me, I will see where I'm doing wrong and correct that places, and then come out and tell them, look, you said this, I have done it. You said this, I have done it. That is way of leadership. When people criticize you and you take it in good faith and work towards it, that's leadership. You see that people will be happy. They will praise you. Oh yes, we spoke about water in our community. We told government we didn't have water. Now government has put water. So even when you come to them, you are able to tell them what they don't want to, what you want them to know. You say, you criticized me of water, didn't I put water? You say, yes. You said there was no electricity, didn't I give you electricity? You said there was no food, didn't I provide you food? What is your problem? You see, you've gotten them there. Let them criticize you and you fix the country. But when you say don't, because you have Delta forces, don't forget, you have Delta invisible force. Some people, when they are coming, their own is not Delta invisible, their own is visible. They are coming. You know, visible forces is more than invisible and Delta forces. Because the visible forces, when they are coming, they are facing you. Ghanaians are the visible forces. Make yourself invisible. Don't worry. When we are coming visible. If you become invisible, we'll pour water on you and bring you out.
Which means that you're going to lead the Sagleme protest. If indeed it's going to happen, the occupying of Sagleme affordable housing next month. You know, you'll be in the forefront.
It is not only Sagleme issues that I'm going to bring up. Other issues that will come up very soon. And I like a government that listens, like I said. Criticize you and then you work on it. Criticize you and work. That is a government that is working. But criticize you and you fight people, you are a useless government. For instance, you as a presenter, then your people say, oh, Charlie, this is your shirt today, there, it's fine. Tomorrow you want to wear a nice, better one. Am I right? We are praising you. Good. Because we are praising you, are doing good things. Then we come and say, the woman sitting there and say, hey, this your shoe there, it's called I swear God. It's like this. Tomorrow you look at the shoes and you say, hey, this woman, maybe she's old school, she doesn't know what it is. But if you believe that it is called I swear God, it's waist like this and the mouth is up, it's called I swear God shoes. You want to change. You change tomorrow. When you come, you say, hey, today your shoes is beautiful. You see, because of a criticism, you have changed. Because of the praises, you have also changed. So these two things, we need it all the time. Government need to be praised and government need to be criticized in all circumstances. When government does something that is right, Ghanaians will say, oh, government is doing well on this aspect. So government will be proud to do more. When government feels have shortfalls in certain parts, Ghanaians must say there's a shortfall here and government can do more. So all these two things always make a good leader to prepare ahead. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand you. So do you have any final words for us? We've come to the end of the program. It was quite interesting, and you've given us a lot of insight and lowdown into some of these things you are protesting against and also some of the crusade you are on.
What I want Ghanaians to know is that we bought a new uniform, and that is the uniform we are wearing, the NDC uniform. It's not going to be easy, the MPP uniform, sorry. It's not going to be easy removing that uniform. And it's also not going to be easy changing that uniform. But we should so many uniforms and put them down, different uniforms.